Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. Today we have a Lord of the Rings stream and we are looking at this wonderful place, Minas Tirith. We know it very well, obviously, from the Lord of the Rings films and from the book, but we're going to dig into its background, its history, and a few of the main events as we go through it. We are now just over 1 week away from House of the Dragon, so if you're wondering what I'm going to be doing to be covering that, stay tuned until later on in the stream. I will let you know about that, but I thought we'd get in one more Lord of the Rings stream before we dive deep into the world of Ice and Fire. So, as always, I will try and give a bit of a history just as we start, a bit of a framing of what we're going to be talking about, and then I'm going to be going through some questions I've got from my patrons. I'll try and pick up as many different questions as I can from the chat too. And also, I'm simul streaming this on Twitter for just the second time. So, hi, or X, I should say. Hi, if you're watching there, great to see you. I'm getting my questions out from YouTube, though, so if you want to be in on the chat, do pop over to there. Right, I think that's probably enough of an intro. Oh, one last bit of admin before we get into it. I had a couple of questions, real deep questions last time on the live stream I did about the Westlands that I said I'll be coming back to this time. I'm not going to do them at the beginning. I will do them at the end of this stream when we sort of open it up to wider questions. So if you are looking for the answers to them, they're things about House Broom and House Drux, I think they were. We will look at them at the end of this stream. Okay, so let's get into Minas Tirith. And let's see whether I can get the technology working for this lovely little map here. This map here, incidentally, this is from Tolkien himself. For the Return of the King, when the book came out, he drew this, and then it was redrawn by Christopher Tolkien, actually, in a frantic 24 hours. He apparently, from 6 a.m. until 6 a.m. the next day, on deadline from the editors, they needed a revised version for whatever reason, and he created this map here. We could zoom out. This is not just of this small bit here, but this is all of Gondor and Rohan. Tolkien felt that it was important that when we got to that point in the story, we could actually get a sense of the geography. We could see where Frodo and Sam had got to. We could see where the battles of the Pelennor Fields and so on, where all of that was happening. So he felt it was very important to include that map here. And of course, ever since then, fantasy maps have been quite a staple for great epic fantasy series. So let's start with a little bit of the geography here, just so we know where we are. This map itself is from obviously the end of the Third Age, so when we're starting to talk about the history, a few of the names have changed. But right going down through the middle, that black, big, thick black line that you've got going on there, that is the River Anduin. Now that flows north to south. When it gets past off the bottom of this map, then it starts to open out into an estuary, a river delta. The port of Pelagia is down there, and that sort of empties out into the sea. This makes Minas Tirith quite strategically important for a number of different reasons. Firstly, because this is a city, a fortified city, and I think it's probably important to be clarifying, we're not just talking about a normal city, we're not talking about a fortress, this is a combination of the two. This is a fortified city on the river, and the river at this point, it's still wide. I think it's about half a mile wide, a kilometre or more wide at this point. This is still a huge, deep river at this point. On the right here towards the east, that mountain range you see going down there, that's the mountain range out on the outside of Mordor. This is how close we're talking Minas Tirith is to Mordor. In the middle on the river there, you will see just a little arrow pointing to Osgiliath. That's the ancient capital of Gondor. We'll get onto that in just one moment. And just south and west of that, so down and to the left a little bit, you will see Minas Tirith there, right at the edge of this big mountain range. So, important strategic position, a pinch point there, controlling access to the south of Gondor, the huge amount of Gondor there to the south along the coastal regions, large farming areas there, and also If you're wishing to cross the Anduin there at one of the few crossing points at Osgiliath, then Minas Tirith is just close enough to be guarding that as well, and therefore the access all the way up into Rohan, which is there sort of to the north and west of this map. So that's roughly where we are. But I will start by taking us way back in time, more than 3,000 years before the events of the Lord of the Rings, towards the end of the Second Age. And Numenor has fallen. The great island nation of Numenor has fallen. Some have escaped. The faithful have managed to escape. Elendil and his two sons, Isildur and Anarion, have escaped on just a few ships. They set sail for Middle-earth and they land and they form some kingdoms. Elendil, the High King, in the north, the Kingdom of Arnor, and in the south, the Kingdom of Gondor, is forged and founded by these two brothers, Isildur and Anarion. They jointly rule it, and they jointly rule it from this newfound city they create called Osgiliath, which straddles the river Anduin. Now, as joint rulers, there's a massive bridge that goes over the river, and they rule from two thrones in a great throne room on this river city. And but they each have their own kind of home base, as well as being based in the city, the capital. They each have their own home base. We have Minas Ithil and Minas Anor. Now, Minas Ithil is to the east, the northeast of Osgiliath. That, we'll get onto it in a moment, but excuse me. Pardon me, I do apologise. That later becomes known as Minas Morgul. Then to the southwest, we get Minas Anor. That bit later becomes known as Minas Tirith. So, the easternmost one, Minas Ithil, that's where Isildur, who we know, that was his home base. And Minas Anor, which later becomes Minas Tirith, that is where we get the home base for Anarion, his brother. Now, they rule from Osgiliath until the end of the Second Age. They've founded their kingdoms, they're starting to flourish, but then Sauron attacks, as Sauron is wont to do. He takes Minas Ithil. He charges forwards, takes Osgiliath, and heads to besiege the Tower of Minas Anor. Now, at this point in time, what will become Minas Tirith is not the city we know right now. It is a tower. Basically, it is a more than a watchtower, but it's slightly less than a castle. Certainly not a city, but it is there as a fortress. And Anarion stays there, besieged by Sauron, while Isildur, who has lost his home base, Minas Ithil, he heads up to get Dad. He goes to get Elendil. The last alliance of elves and men is forged. They head down here. They relieve the siege of Minas Anor, and then we get that scene that we all know from the intro to the Lord of the Rings films, the battle with Sauron. Elendil dies. Isildur cuts the ring from Sauron's finger. We know all of this bit of history. Isildur then decides after all of this, he decides that he is going to go and take his father's seat to the north. As High King, he's going to head all the way to the north to Arnor, and he's going to leave the governance of the south, Gondor, to not his brother who died in the battle, but his brother's son, Meneldil, who keeps his home base at Minas Anor, but rebuilds Osgiliath. So, we know what happens with Isildur. The two kingdoms effectively become separate at that point, and Sauron has been defeated. The Minas Ithil is largely rebuilt. Things go back to roughly where they were to start with. and Gondor grows. It grows in strength. It grows in power over time. And in around the year 420 of the Third Age, so 4 centuries later, a king called Osterher makes a proper effort to go to Minas Anor and sort of build it up into a proper castle, a proper fortress. And this then becomes basically the summer home for the kings of Gondor. They're in Osgiliath most of the year, and then for the summer they kind of like head off to what will become Minas Tirith, Minas Anor. At the time, its main role was there. As I say, it wasn't this multi-layered, seven-layered city we now know today. It was mostly right up at the top. There was this wall right around the bottom that is really strong. The wall using Numenorian technology. Very hard to break down that wall. And at the top, we now think of as the 7th level, we have the tower. At the 6th level, we have the entrance to the Path of the Kings, basically where the great and the good, particularly the kings of Gondor, are buried. And so the tower then, Minas Anor, became over time summer palace and a watchtower and a place to be watching over the tombs of the great kings of Gondor. Time passes once more, and what we're looking at over this period is Gondor is in its heyday. It is incredibly powerful. However, it's also slowly losing the grandeur of Numenor. Numenor was this magnificent civilization, the height of human civilization. Humanity has never been greater in the arts, never been greater in science. If you want just a hint of that, go have a Google on or have a look on my main channel for the Tolkien Steampunk Numenor. There's some crazy stuff that went on there that you just don't imagine. Hugely technologically advanced. Some of the memory of that stayed, but over time, slowly it's got lost. And so we get some buildings, some technologies which were built incredibly strongly, that they lost the power and the ability and the knowledge of how to build those things again. One of which is the outer wall at the bottom of Minas Tirith, which survived pretty much for 3,000 years or so. So during that time, Gondor was great and grew in great strength, but also it was having this very slow decline over time. And then around the year 1400, there came the kin strife, which was... and we can probably look at this on another live stream at another point. This was one of 3 great tragedies that happened to Gondor during this second millennium. During the kin strife, basically it's a civil war. There's a coup attempt by somebody to take the throne. It's successful for a while until they get pushed out. But during that time, you get Osgiliath, the capital, suffers quite a lot of damage because they're fighting. And then 200 or so years later, in the 1600s, we get the Great Plague, and that devastates huge amounts of the population of Gondor die. And at that point, the watchtowers on the eastern end of Gondor, looking over Mordor, they start abandoning them. Gondor just admits defeat. We just do not have enough people to be keeping this long watch over Mordor, just in case Sauron should return. And so increasingly over this time, the center of power gravitates from Osgiliath over towards Minas Anor. And in the year 1900, I think, around then, the White Tower, the White Tower, it's up here somewhere, the tall White Tower in Minas, what's still not called Minas Tirith at the time, Minas Anor, is built. This starts to become more and more, extra layers are built, it starts to become more and more like a city. But it's around the year 2000 that the real shift happens. This has been for 2,000 years. Minas Anor has been slowly gaining in power and strength. It started out as just basically a watchtower, and guarding the tombs of the kings. Then it had the great outer wall built, and then it became this kind of summer house for the nobility in Gondor. And by the year 2000, this is when Minas Ithil finally fell to Mordor's forces. Minas Ithil, remember, is the sister citadel to Minas Anor. Minas Anor, meaning the town of the sun. Minas Anor, the town of the Minas, other way around, of the moon. Minas Ithil of the moon, Minas Anor of the sun. And so we had these two towers who were guarding basically either side of the River Anduin, and then the eastern tower, the eastern citadel, fell to Sauron's forces. That got renamed Minas Morgul. Now, that then became basically the home base of the Nazgul, and it was felt during that time that the last king also died, and Osgiliath started to fall to ruin, and the stewards who then ruled Gondor decided basically to move the capital officially, formally. It had been largely heading that way anyway. Move it officially to the west, to Minas Anor. They could keep the Great River Anduin as basically now the border. The far side, Ithilien, they still kept an interest over, but that was very close to Mordor, so that was quite dangerous territory. They could stay on this side of the river, and it would be a lot safer. And it was felt at the time that because Minas Anor, Minas Ithil, as these kind of twin cities, as one of them had fallen, it probably didn't feel right to keep the same name, so they renamed it to Minas Tirith, which means literally the Tower of the Guard. So this was the new vision. This was the new hope that they had, that what Minas Tirith would now be is their capital. This would be their fortress, and this would be them guarding Gondor against the might of Mordor. Over the next 1,000 years or so, we get the slow growth of the power of Mordor, and we get first Ecthelion the First rebuilt and made better, that great white tower. Ecthelion the Second, we're told, improved the defences even more of Minas Tirith. Denethor focused, when he came in, Denethor second, the Denethor we know, when he came in, he again was focused very strongly on the defences of Minas Tirith. And what this turns into is this seven-layered, multi-layered fortress city, that each layer, when you would come in the main gates, and in order to get to the top, you couldn't just go straight up, you had to zigzag across and across and across, and each time you had to pass through that great jutting piece of stone. There was a gate just to get to each new level, a new gate with fortifications. Each time you were trying to go up, people could be firing arrows down on you. This was a hugely strongly defended city. And that broadly brings us up to the time of the Lord of the Rings. So I won't go over all of the history of what happens during the Lord of the Rings. I'm sure we all know that very well. But that's your sort of potted history of Minas Tirith. Starts out as a a watchtower, effectively, and then over time slowly turns into this fortified city. Um, by the time we get to the end of the Third Age, it is a proper city. Each level clearly has its own kind of strengths, and we're told we're not given a full rundown of everything that's there, but it is a fully functioning working city. We have guest houses, we have tanners, we have markets, we have all of places for people to be living. There's entertainment places, and but the feel as a whole is still this is a fortress, not just a place for people to live. So that's the broad history. Let's have a quick flick through the chat. I think we did. Yes, Steve Ash, Leonard Turner, with our traditional joke to be kicking us off. Thank you very much, by the way, Steve. Saying hi, Dan and Robert. That's my dog Dan. Has again taken himself up to bed early. How many birds does it take to screw in a light bulb? 2 can. Thank you. Also, Aragorn and Legolas walk into a bar. Gimli walks under it and calls a healer. Modlove and merch push. Merch, yes. I have merch. It's down there somewhere. So if you want some merch, that'd be fantastic. And as for Modlove, it's never too early to give some love to the moderators. If you are here watching this live on YouTube, then the reason why it's such a fantastic, supportive atmosphere there in the chat is because the moderators are doing an amazing job. So if you could just show them a little bit of love, I would hugely appreciate it. Okay, let's get into some questions from my patrons. So, King of Imps says, hi, Robert. Are there any parallels between the Minas Tirith of the First Age and the Third Age? The Minas Tirith of Finrod became a domain of Sauron, and his werewolves in the First Age was, of course, also a great fortress. But did Tolkien have any other reason to give the two towers, pun not intended, the same name? Okay, so this is an extra little bit of history for you, so thank you very much. Minas Tirith is not the first place in Tolkien's Legendarium to be called Minas Tirith. There was another Minas Tirith way back in time in the First Age of Middle-earth, so you have to cast your mind all the way back. Morgoth, the great big baddie of Tolkien's Legendarium, is in Middle-earth. He is in his subterranean fortress of Angband, and the Noldor elves, Fëanor and others like Finrod and Galadriel, and many others have all come over to Middle-earth. Fëanor and his sons have committed to getting the Silmarils back from Morgoth. Morgoth had stolen the Silmarils, and so they're laying this hugely long siege, which lasts for centuries, around Angband. Those slightly less hot-headed among the community there in Beleriand were very aware that there was a good chance that at some point the Morgoth would break free from this siege. This wasn't a siege that was looking likely to break in. This was to try and keep him in there. He was literally growing a great army at the time. He was inventing new horrors all the time. He was inventing dragons. He was breeding orcs. There was a huge amount of stuff that was going on there in the dark in Angband, and at some point he was going to break free, and everybody knew this. Now, Finrod Felagund is one of the great heroes of the First Age. This is Galadriel's brother. Now, among other things, he's the first elf to really engage with humans. Men first arrive on the scene around this time, and he Some of the elves don't really greet them particularly warmly. He does. He exchanges ideas, and he becomes friends with quite a few of them. But one of the other things that he does is he sets up a kind of a watchtower, a defensive watchtower to try and protect Beleriand from even when Morgoth manages to break free from his sort of house arrest, basically, which was what it was. And what he does is there's this island or called Tolsirion, which is it was in the middle of this river, in the middle of which was on this great valley, really steep sides to this valley, and this was the main route south from Angband. And if you were going to head down to Beleriand, which is where all of the elves and humans were, you would be wanting to go through that. And so he set up basically this watchtower, the Tower of the Guard, Minas Tirith. Now, that held for some time. He left it. He left it to a friend, and moved on to other things. But eventually, it fell, and it was captured by none other than Sauron, who at the time was the lieutenant, Morgoth's lieutenant, second in command, and he took the tower, he captured it, and he turned it into his home base out there in Middle-earth. The Isle of Werewolves. He started breeding wolves, basically, did Sauron. This has a big part to play when we get onto the legendary tale of Beren and Luthien. This is where Beren and Finrod get captured by Sauron and then rescued by Luthien and Huan the Hound. It's an epic little story. I won't repeat it all here, but basically this is a hugely important turning point for Beren and Luthien as they go seeking one of the Silver Elves for themselves. So that was the original Minas Tirith. Its name was changed by Sauron, but why, or what parallels might there be to the current Minas Tirith? Was this just Tolkien reusing the same name? I think the answer is Tolkien clearly knew that he'd used this before. My instinct is that this was intentional, in-world intentional. It wasn't necessarily him trying to draw literary parallels between the two, so that we as readers would be able to look at the two different sort of fortresses and go, oh yes, there's a link here between that and that. I think there are links. Clearly there's a very strong Sauron link. Sauron attacked both of these, and the first Minas Tirith, Sauron succeeded. The second Minas Tirith, Sauron failed. So there are kind of links and echoes and things like that. But at a very basic level, I think this is just Tolkien being consistent in world. This is quite a standard thing you might call a tower, Tower of the Guard. It's somewhere you're guarding the land in the same way, and it took the same rough kind of purpose. Minas Tirith was guarding the main way into Beleriand against the forces of evil, should they come that way. Minas Tirith is guarding the main way into Gondor and Rohan from the forces of evil, should they wish to go that way. So it was serving the same kind of purpose, so you would kind of name it in the same kind of way. In the same way that there are plenty of places in England, for example, or a couple of places in England called Newcastle. A new castle, you just call it that. It was kind of named, we're told it was named after it, but not in a, particular, we're trying to honour this. So you can rename something after somewhere for a variety of reasons, not just here's the author trying to give us some kind of literary hint about something. It's just in world that happens. Places are named after other places all the time. In sort of just doing a little random research here, complete digression. I happened to look at Portland, Oregon, which I thought would be named after Portland in Dorset in England. turns out it wasn't actually. It was named after Portland in Maine. But it was only named after Portland in Maine on a toss of a coin. The first couple of people who arrived at this new place somewhere on the west coast of America, they flipped a coin. Shall we name it after Portland or shall we name it after Boston? They flipped a coin, it came up Portland, and so they decided to name it Portland, not Boston. Just fun bit of history trivia for you there. But Portland, Maine was named after Portland in England. It's just this kind of standard name. A port. It's a port and it's a bit of land. So, I don't think Tolkien's trying to give us a particular literary point here. I think that he's just trying to show that in-world naming traditions happen the same way. Trent Madakwa saying, my first attendance on the ITG livestream. Well, great to see you. I hope you managed to get a chance to get involved in the chat as well. So I think I'll quickly get through the chat. People talk about Andor season 2, which I don't know. That means that I sometimes when I say Arnor, I accidentally say Andor, because Andor, which was great, really one of my favorite, probably my favorite recent Star Wars thing that's happened. Let's go to a question from Phelan Walker, bringing it up to the story of The Lord of the Rings. How would the story change if Boromir survived? Let's say that Merry and Pippin were still kidnapped by Uruk-hai and went to Minas Tirith with Gandalf and Pippin. Would Denethor survive and perhaps agree to light the beacons earlier? Faramir not sent on the suicide mission to Osgiliath, not fall in love with Eowyn when they both recover? Would Denethor give up power to Aragorn willingly? Well, it's wonderful. I both really enjoy and really kind of dread these kind of what if questions. Because it's great fun just trying to work through the different strands of what might happen. But also, a lot of it is just the story happened the way it did because that's the way that, particularly in Tolkien's world, the way it was meant to happen. But what if Boromir had survived? What if he'd tried to save he'd come to his senses, as he did after trying to get the ring from Frodo, tried to save Merry and Pippin, but failed to do that, but he had survived. What then? Well, he seems to have not been wanting to follow Frodo anymore. That he seems to have got past that, so he wouldn't have gone east. The question then is, what does he probably would be a bit injured. And he probably wouldn't have been able to keep up with the Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas. They were charging non-stop for days across country, chasing down that pack of orcs. He probably wouldn't have been able to go with them. Whether they would have wanted to leave him, I don't know. But let's say he survived and they were okay to leave him. I think he would have just headed back to Minas Tirith. He was going to Minas Tirith anyway. It's one of the, and I think it's probably again from the Peter Jackson films. I completely understand a lot of the artistic decisions made there, but some of them, sometimes there are sort of kind of nuances that they don't pick up on, which just help us to understand a little bit more about the story. The Fellowship is not just this sort of gang who are told by Elrond, you now stick together and you're going to head off together to go and destroy the ring with Frodo. That's not the way that it was framed in the books. The way it was is that the only person that Elrond gave a commission to was Frodo. He said to Frodo, this is what you've agreed to, you're going to go and try and take the ring and destroy the ring. Everyone else, he said, my only commission to you is, as long as it is in your heart to do so, you go along with them, with Frodo, and you protect him. So basically it was a fellowship, but Frodo with 8 guards is another way of looking at it. Now, Boromir basically said, I'm going back to Minas Tirith now. but I will go with you as long as you're sort of going on the same rough direction as me. Then I will come along with you. And this was why he started becoming increasingly frantic to say, "Come to Minas Tirith," because he knew at some point that they would be heading off east, and he was desperately trying to say, "I don't want to cross the Anduin River, because that's the wrong way. I have to stay on this side of the Anduin River to." I've probably still got the I've still got the map up, haven't you? So you can see north of this on this map. That's where the Fellowship, quite a bit north of this actually, quite where the Fellowship broke. He wanted to stay on the west side of Minas Tirith. So what would he have done? Well, he would have gone back to Minas Tirith. He was the Captain General of Gondor's forces. I think he would have taken that very seriously. I think he would have gone back to take control of the forces. Now, what are the knock-on effects there? Well, possibly he would have prevented Faramir having to go on that suicide mission. Probably he would have been there to help persuade Denethor to ask for help a little bit earlier. But ultimately, could Rohan come to their aid any earlier? No, that wouldn't have happened. Would he have affected when Aragorn arrived? No, that wouldn't have happened. Or when Gandalf arrived? Again, no. All I think probably would have happened is perhaps Denethor would have gained a little bit more heart, and Boromir would have been involved in the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. So that's about as far as we go. So I think the short answer is it wouldn't have made a huge amount of difference to the plot. The question of whether Denethor would give up power to Aragorn willingly is, I think, the answer's still no. Denethor even talked to Gandalf about this. He said, even if Aragorn's claim could be proven, even if he could persuade me that he is Isildur's heir, then I would not accept him as king, because Gondor follows its line of kings came down from Isildur's brother, Anarion, then Meneldir. That's the line of kings there, and one of Aragorn's ancestors actually tried to claim the throne on the basis of the fact that he was the son of Isildur, and the great and the good of Gondor at the time decided, no, we claim our line of kingship over this 2,000 years up to that point. We claim our line of kingship through Anarion, not Isildur, and Denethor was not going to budge from that. So I don't think it would have changed huge amounts. Obviously, it depends on how you view history, but maybe Boromir would have died a heroic death on the Pelennor Fields, rather than he died a heroic death quite a way north of there. Let's go to a question from, I think I had a question here. Username redacted. Why was Gondor so underprepared to defend against Mordor, despite it being so close? Surely they could have kept tabs on it far better than anyone else. Were the stewards incompetent or too scared to act? Well, this is a very long-running thing. So they started out well prepared to keep an eye on Mordor, and they had watchtowers all the way along the borders of Mordor. In fact, if you play the Shadow of Mordor game, there's a lot there that's not even slightly close to Tolkien canon. But the idea that there were these kind of Gondorian watchtowers around the outside of Mordor, absolutely, they were definitely there. But what happened to Mordor was, over period of many hundreds of years, then you get tragedy after tragedy after tragedy that meant that Gondor just sort of like retreated and retreated and retreated. I've mentioned a couple already. The Kinstrife set them against each other, and the losing faction in the Kinstrife, they headed south, and they then became the Corsairs of Umber. So they started. They from that moment on, they were harrying the southern coast of Gondor. Then the plague, when we got the Great Plague, came. This wiped out huge amounts of the population to the point at which they couldn't keep on manning all of these watchtowers, so they had to pull back. Then we get the Wain Riders, this mysterious group of foreigners from the east who came in and attacked Gondor. Another wave hits them. The Kingdom of Gondor shrinks and shrinks and shrinks. The technology, the once great technology that they had, slowly gets lost over time. It's not a thing which happened in just one generation. It's not something that happened that you can point out and say that was the moment that Gondor fell short. And at any given moment in time, you just read Boromir at the Council of Elrond. He's so proud of the job that Gondor are doing. He's there when everybody's talking about these things that what should we do here and there, and he says, you don't know, you don't understand. The people who are keeping you safe is Gondor, it's Minas Tirith. We're the ones there on the front line. We're the ones actively fighting Sauron. So for a very long time, they had very slow, a slow decline. When you're saying about the stewards, are they incompetent or too scared to act? I mean, they're a mixed bag, it has to be said. But they didn't have the strength to go on the offensive, and so they just tried to make their defenses better. That seems to have been the general approach of the stewards over a long period of time. And it's probably also worth saying that for most of the Third Age, Sauron was not in Mordor. Sauron had not declared himself. Nobody officially knew where Sauron was. Gandalf had his suspicions. Gandalf was right. He was hiding away in South Mirkwood. But it's only really towards the end of the Third Age that Sauron declared himself and then called the forces of darkness into Mordor. So from that moment on, Ecthelion II built up the defenses, and then Denethor was really trying his best. We always imagine Denethor, digression again, but we always imagine Denethor in the way that we meet him in the book or see him on the film as being this on-the-edge character who is just driven mad by what he sees before him, what he thinks is about to happen. This is true at that moment in time, but Tolkien makes it very clear that he was an incredibly strong-minded and forward-thinking leader, a charismatic steward who actually achieved quite a lot in his time. Yes, he dug his heels in about stewards being in charge and stuff like that, didn't like Gandalf, but he's held up as being of great Númenórean stock. And it's worth noting that he had one of the Palantiri. He had a Palantir there, the Seeing Stones, in Minas Tirith. I probably should have said this. This was right from the beginning. This was one of the seven. They were established. The Gondor had three, one each on those two towers. Minas Anor and Minas Ithil, one in Osgiliath. The one that remained through that time was the stone in what became called Minas Tirith. The one that was in Minas Ithil, that was captured by Sauron, and Denethor was using his stone to survey what was going on over in Mordor, and Sauron couldn't control him through it. That's how strong Denethor's mind was. He could sort of show him certain things, basically, and make sure that Denethor started getting incredibly scared of what he could see. But he was so strong-minded that Sauron could not dominate him through those seeing stones. So, Denethor was clearly, to start with, quite a strong ruler. Before him, Ecthelion II seems to have been quite a long ruler, quite a strong ruler. But at that point, they were just in defensive mode. They were just like, can we build higher walls? Can we strengthen things? Can we destroy that bridge to stop Sauron getting over so quickly? That's the mindset that they were in. It was a long, very long defensive war they had. Question from Steve Ashler turned in the chat saying Aragorn being descended from Isildur and not his brother. Why does Elrond think Aragorn has a valid claim on Gondor, bearing in mind that the line had already been refused? I mean, it's a very good question, but it's not. It's not so much that Elrond is pushing his claim, saying you're the great king. It's almost as if he can see that this is where things have to go. He is quite far-sighted, is Elrond, and so it's not he's there thinking, well, you've got a great claim, you should go and put your claim there. It's him saying you will become king. I mean, he's not actually saying that to him. He's saying that you can only marry my daughter if you become king of both kingdoms. I mean, there is a claim there. I've got a question about this from one of my patrons a bit later, so I'll cover it in a bit more detail. There is a claim there through Elendil, who was High King, and obviously both of the brothers came from Elendil, so there is definitely a claim there. But it's Aragorn became king by. I've got a video that this is one of the ones that I am redoing, and I'm going to be putting back up again in a few weeks' time. Why Aragorn wasn't already king and why he became king. It was by popular acclamation, not just because him getting out some kind of dusty sheet of all of his genealogy and saying, well, technically, 36 generations ago this happened. That wasn't how he became king. He became king because people wanted him to become king. Yuri's Tosh saying, I had some real bangers of intellectual comments over the years, yet somehow Robert's always chosen my comedy or definitely not meant to be read aloud on stream comments. Just how the cookie crumbles. Well, I'm assuming that's another one of those ones not meant to be read aloud on the stream. I apologise for that. If I see a banger of a comment, I will try and pick up on it. Martin S. Hi there, Martin. Good to see you. When did Minas Tirith become the capital of Gondor? And was Osgiliath ever restored as capital in the Fourth Age? It was around the year 2000, basically when Minas Ithil fell. That's the point when they named it Minas Tirith, and basically abandoned Osgiliath and made Minas Tirith the capital. And Minas Tirith remained the capital into the Fourth Age. So I think Osgiliath was restored, but Tolkien doesn't really tell us huge amounts of detail about that. But yes, certainly Minas Tirith was restored to greatness. So after what we are told in the Fourth Age was that actually Gimli and co. rebuilt the Great Gates, which had been destroyed by Grond in the siege of the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. They got replaced. These kind of mithril-bound gates were put in there, and then a bunch of elves, Legolas, got involved. Just made the city not just great but beautiful. He did some epic gardening. The roadway was repaved. I think maybe even in marble. It was beautiful, shining. So this is the shining white city, and the elves remade it, and the dwarves remade it into the great thing it is. It was before. Okay, let's go to a question from Brandy 1842 saying, "Hi Robert, if I remember correctly, the gate of Minas Tirith could only be broken with an enchanted ram. Is there something special to that gate, or was it just thick iron?" And then Phelan Walker is saying, "Is that why Grond is named Grond, the great battering ram, named after Morgoth's great hammer?" Now, I have got a video about this coming out on Grond, coming out very soon, maybe even Monday. I can't remember. Some point quite soon. But let's actually, I'll come here. Let's do the actual quote about those gates. This is from Lord of the Rings, when we've got the defense of Minas Tirith against, and Grond is approaching. We read this. "It was against the gate that he would throw," this is the Witch King who was leading the attack, "it was against the gate that he would throw his heaviest weight. Very strong it might be, wrought of steel and iron, and guarded with towers and bastions of indomitable stone. Yet it was the key, the weakest point in all that high and impenetrable wall." So this was an incredibly strong and impressive gate. Steel and iron with indomitable stone either side of it, towers, bastions. This was it was the weakest point. The gate usually is in siege warfare the weakest point, but that doesn't mean to say that it's actually weak. So as for Grond itself, it is indeed an enchanted weapon, basically. This is what we read. I think this is a fantastic little bit of writing, actually, here. "The drums rolled louder, fires leaped up, great engines crawled across the field, and in the midst was a huge ram, great as a forest tree, 100 feet in length," that's about 30 meters, "swinging on mighty chains. Long had it been forging in the dark smithies of Mordor, and its hideous head, founded of black steel, was shaped in the likeness of a ravening wolf. On it, spells of ruin lay. Grond, they named it, in memory of the hammer of the underworld of old." Now, so that's the description we have. I mean, the key bit here is on it, spells of ruin lay. So this is a massive battering ram that Sauron has placed spells, basically, to destroy the gate. And I won't read the whole section, but it just sort of rolls forward, crawls forward. Tolkien repeats the phrase. It's kind of like as if this is some great animal moving forward. It reaches the gate, comes back, bashes. Not huge amounts of damage is done, but then the Witch King starts uttering what seems to be some kind of magic incantation, and then 3 more swings, and on the third swing, actually, let me read out what happens on the third swing. Again, it's cool. We get, "Then the black captain rose in his stirrups and cried aloud in a dreadful voice, speaking in some forgotten tongue, words of power and terror to rend both heart and stone. Thrice he cried, thrice the great ram boomed, and suddenly, upon the last stroke, the gate of Gondor broke. As if stricken by some blasting spell, it burst asunder. There was a flash of searing lightning, and the doors tumbled in riven fragments to the ground." So basically, this isn't just a battering ram slowly splintering a door. this is magic being done. And on the third strike, we get an explosion, for want of a better word. We get a flash of searing lightning that breaks the gate apart into riven fragments. A blasting spell. It burst asunder. So what we got here is some dark magic going on. So could the gates only be broken apart by magic? We don't know, because we didn't see them getting attacked not by magic. My instinct is probably, but it would have taken a lot longer than that. The fact that the Great Gate was destroyed, not just like splintered a little bit or bashed in a little bit, but absolutely destroyed into small fragments on the fourth total strike, that shows you that this was the magic that did it. As for why Grond is named after Morgoth's great hammer, so it is. So Morgoth, and this is a story, again, this is all in the video, always spoil my videos before they come out, but Grond was the name of Morgoth's great hammer that he had back in the First Age. Now, again, we're going back to the time I was talking about just a little bit ago, actually, when finally Morgoth's forces break free, things are starting to look a little bit bad for the elves and humans. Fingolfin, who at the time was the king of the elves, comes to the gates of Angband and challenges Morgoth to a one-on-one duel. And Morgoth has not come out from his castle at all during this, and you kind of read between the lines. He doesn't want to. Morgoth does not want to come out. He's got nothing to win here. He's got everything to lose and nothing to win from fighting against Fingolfin. So he puts on his armor and he picks up this massive hammer called Grond, and he climbs his way to the surface, and he's there, and then they fight, and the fight happens. Just talking kind of describes it in a paragraph or two, but the great hammer comes slamming down on the earth. A huge crater is created. Sparks of lightning sort of appear when it smashes into the ground. You can get the kind of the mental image already, but every time Fingolfin, lightly armored, springs aside, slashes at Morgoth, cuts him. The big Grond, the great base hammer, comes down again. Big crater, sparks. Fingolfin dances aside, cuts him again 7 times. He manages to cut Morgoth, and we're told that the orcs and the other people around there, they were on their knees on the ground, faces down, just bemoaning what was happening. This was not good. This was not a good look for Morgoth. He was here being, putting himself as being the most powerful, the biggest, the best, the baddest fighter everywhere, and his great mace, his great hammer, Grond, incredibly powerful, but it's just too slow. It's not doing anything, and he is losing this battle. Morgoth does eventually win the battle, but not using Grond. He basically squashes Fingolfin with his shield, and then crushes him under his foot, under his heel. Fingolfin gets the last laugh in that as well, but Morgoth does win, but it's not a win that the evil side talk about at all. In fact, they don't mention it ever. When Fingolfin is buried, then we're told the orcs just stay away from the burial site. That's how much awe they have for Fingolfin. So why on earth would you name this battering ram after that mace that was undoubtedly powerful, but very ineffective and linked inextricably to what technically was a win, but in reality was a bit of a humiliation for Morgoth? Well, I mean, I think there's a few layers to this, I mean, I'm tempted to say watch the video when it comes out, but I will just go plow on ahead. I think the first one is that Sauron, he's a smith, and I think that he probably admired the technology. And what we see from Grond does seem to be sort of matched. In Grond the hammer seems to be sort of matched in Grond the battering ram. Slow and ponderous, smashes in, and then kind of like lightning, big craters, things like that. So it's almost as if Sauron has recreated the same kind of magic technology. But then also, Sauron must have been aware of the fact that Morgoth was, at the time, he was being not mocked, but it was noticed that he wasn't coming out. He wasn't taking part in this war. He was just sending his troops off and just staying back. And Sauron must have been self-aware enough to know that that was what was happening again. He was sending his troops out, but he was staying back in Mordor. So him sending out Grond was like, this is me sending out my weapon. In the way that was the original Grond was Morgoth's weapon, this is my weapon. And then thirdly, I don't know the extent to which Sauron was wanting to kind of like show up his erstwhile boss, or the extent to which he was trying to sort of show that the technology does work. But there has to be an element there of saying, okay, it failed for him, I will make it work. Because this technology is good for a battering ram, the gate is not going to dodge out of the way and then slash it at me. That's not going to happen. It's completely different. So, there's a number of different levels to this, why it was named Grond. But at a very base level, it's because it is reminiscent of it. Okay, let's go to, I think I've got a couple of questions in the chat. Martin S. saying, I had 2 Patreon questions for today. I hope that doesn't bother you too much. No, I think I've probably got time today to cover both of them. Talking live streams only occur once every few weeks. Yeah, so actually I'll take a moment as we're sort of about an hour or so in, just to sort of let you know what's going to happen over the course of the next few weeks. Because House of the Dragon is coming up. Now, I will be doing an extra live stream. What I normally do each time is do an extra live stream when there's a TV show I'm covering, as a sort of a pre-show live stream. At the same time as these live streams, that's 10 o'clock my time, 5 o'clock Eastern time in America. And that'll go on for a couple of hours or so. So that's 4 hours before the show airs. I'll go on. I'm not going to go on right up until the show starts. But I will use that as a chance just to talk through what happened in the previous episode, and also build up to what we've got going on, answer any questions we've got coming up. Now, they will all be charity live streams. I will let you know on the first one, which will be a week on Sunday, because the show comes out Sunday evening in America. For me, it's 2 a.m. on the Monday morning. So those ones, when they start a week on Sunday, then there will be charity live streams. These Thursday live streams I will keep going. They're not going to be solely about House of the Dragon for 8 weeks. I will keep them as open Q&A. So I imagine that quite a few questions will be about House of the Dragon during that time, but not all of them. So feel free to ask questions about Lord of the Rings and the like during that. And then when we get onto the Rings of Power, which is happening in mid-August, late August, and that's going to be for 8 weeks. Then we'll be focusing a lot more on the Tolkien stuff for a while. So that's what's happening for live streams on this channel. Stephanie Lash saying, Robert, you do such a wonderful job of deepening our understanding and passion for these fantasy stories. Thank you. Well, no, thank you very much. I very much appreciate that. Hypothetical. How do you think the approach would have changed if Frodo had been female? Um, when you say the approach, I'm assuming you mean the approach for kind of the Fellowship. I, I don't know. I'm struggling to think that of a change there would be. So Frodo's sex doesn't really come into this all that much. It has to be said. I mean, it's very clear. Anyone who reads the books or sees the films that there's a lot of very male, a preponderance of male characters. Let's put it that way. So having Frodo as female would have stood out more, but I don't think that there's much in terms of the actual action that would have necessarily changed. Now, what I would say is that that's not actually, although the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, it has to be said, very male heavy in terms of sort of the cast. Tolkien didn't see those as the main bits of his world. They were just like little story offshoots. The main part of his world was the Silmarillion and the legendarium he created over decades. And in that, you will find a huge amount of, strong female leads is probably the wrong way of saying it, but central character, women who are central to the narrative. For example, you get, when you get the tale of Beren and Luthien, when you get into it, actually Luthien's the one doing most of the work. Beren gets captured, and Luthien rescues him. Luthien's the one who actually manages to deal with Morgoth. Luthien's the one who manages to escape by herself. She's the one doing most of the actual action there. One of the things I love, The Nature of Middle-earth, which is a fantastic book which came out recently with a whole new load of small snippets of Tolkien's writings, which kind of underplays it a bit. This is basically an unofficial next part in the history of Middle-earth, if you've ever read any of those kind of collections. Christopher Tolkien pulling together his father's writings. In that, we had, and I did a video on, this is connected, I promise you. I did a video a while ago called something like Gandalf's Forgotten First Mission to Middle-earth. Because in that, it's clear that Tolkien was scribbling down in his mind, way back in time, before even the First Age, when the elves first arrived, the Astari were sent then to guard the elves. And one Maya was already there, Miriel, and she was the leader. So if we're talking about who's the leader of the Astari, everyone always says, well, it's Saruman. It's only Saruman because she didn't come. And then you get Galadriel, obviously absolutely central and increasingly central as Tolkien developed his thinking. I suspect if he'd had another 10 years, then Galadriel would have become even more central to his kind of thinking of the story. So if Frodo had been female, I don't think it would have made huge amounts of... I'd love to know what the chat thinks, by the way. I don't personally think that would make huge amounts of difference to the story or the plot. Carl Klarsnark saying it may have been a bit harder to pass as an orc, I suppose, perhaps. Erin Sunek saying more of a balance of female and male characters, definitely. Agreed Weirwood saying fantasy was very testosterone heavy for most of its history. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I think as a friend said, poor Rosie Cotton might have ended up single. I'll just leave that one hanging. That's quite a fun comment. Right, let's go to Mara Lee saying, what is the tax policy and what kind of culture would the people who reside in Minas Tirith be known for? And Commander Ray similarly asking, is this where Gondor was when the Westfold fell? My actual question is tax policies, and what was it like to live in Minas Tirith, and what allowed it to be so capable? What resources did it have access to? And all that implies. So we're not. This is not something Tolkien, and I always have to sort of introduce when I start talking about things like what the tax policies are, or sort of the geopolitical issues. Tolkien did not focus on this. He had some things that he loved and was fascinated by language, obviously, but and histories and mythologies and things like that. But the sort of the economy of a place was not something that he ever really focused in on all that much. In terms of Gondor, it's fair to say that if you imagine a kind of a broad, because Gondor to start with was quite a large kingdom, a broad fantasy kingdom, then you would get it. There's large swathes of farmland. It's very lush down there. It's quite warm. There's fishing. There's not huge amounts of trade, it has to be said. Not really in many parts of Middle Earth. When we do hear about bits of trade that go on with, say, Thranduil's elves and the people of Lake Town, for example, that's quite a rarity. But so not huge amounts of trade going on between Gondor and other places within Gondor, perhaps. And then the mountains and woodlands also provided natural resources. So that's what it was. It was quite varied. It's not like the kind of place where you say, oh, it's just a mountain kingdom or it's a low-lying kingdom or something. It's very varied in terms of its economy. It's fair to say that the eastern part was basically on a war footing for most of Gondor's history. So the parts that were in Ithilien before Ithilien fell, Osgiliath, everywhere west of Minas Tirith, all of that was having to be eking out a living, focusing on what's happening to the east of them, whether that was Sauron or the Witch King or just the ongoing threat from the lands formerly owned by Sauron. And similarly to the south and east, there's ongoing threats from the Umbar and Haradrim and people like that. So it's quite a warlike economy in terms of there's quite a high base of defensive forces. They didn't really go in for invading places, so it wasn't that they went off and had a huge amount of vassal states or anything like that. In terms of tax policy, I did do a video ages ago about Aragorn's tax policy because George R. R. Martin was wondering what it was, and I concluded that it was quite a low tax economy. There were a few clear kind of big public works that happened, like the repair of Minas Tirith, but that seems to have been done with kind of like mutual help agreements with the elves and the dwarves. That doesn't seem to have been a particular expense on the public purse. The overall, there are some tolls and things we hear about, but overall it seems to have been a very broadly kind of feudal system where money kind of like moved up, and so from you would pay your liege lord a certain amount of money or some bushels of wheat or whatever it was, and then they would pay a little bit further up, and the money would trickle up, and in return the king would be defending you and protecting you. It seems quite the power seems to reside in a number of different places. So it's not centralized, it seems quite localized. So everywhere, there wasn't just one standing army for all of Gondor. Then each of the different places seemed to have its own army, which was run by its own local lord. For example, Dol Amroth had its own army, which reported to its prince there. And each of the different fishing areas had that, and Minas Tirith had its own garrison. So everywhere had its own bit of their own army. And then when the centre was in need of a bigger army, then they would say, right, send me some people. So that was the way it went. Broadly speaking, Aragorn seems to have left things alone. Seems quite a low, small government, low tax approach. In terms of sort of culture and what it was like actually living there, living in Minas Tirith, this was a fortress city, and so it was stratified. Now, we're not told that this is exactly how it operated, but it seems quite clear that the top level was, and the second level, these are like this is where the steward was. This is where the kings, the path of the kings is. Where the kings then, that's where they were buried. That's where the top brass, the important people were. When you get down to the bottom, you get a lot more of mentions of things like stables and guard posts and inns and things like that. So given the fact that in order to get up to the next level, you had this big zigzag right across the city, the feeling we have, we're not told this by Tolkien, but the feeling we have is that this was quite a stratified city. That if you were wanting to be doing things out in the fields, there was the Pelennor fields were basically the farmlands outside which fed Gondor. And if you were doing a lot of dealing with that, then you would be operating on the lower level of Gondor. If you were working with the steward and the steward's household, then you're on the top level of Gondor. And the movement between the two was relatively limited. In terms of culture, you get the last echoes of Mutnor. You get this kind of feeling. Now, I think this is a little. I had a question which I was going to use this quote for later on, but this is what he calls it: a half ruinous Byzantine city, a kind of proud, venerable, but increasingly impotent Byzantium. Now, I'll link actually. I'll let me answer that question now, because this is Mara Lee asking what historical city or cities did Tolkien draw his inspiration from. And he mentions Byzantium. Now, Byzantium is, for those who don't know, this was the capital of the eastern half of the Roman Empire. Became known as Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul. It was when the Roman Empire, in the latter days of the Roman Empire, then it had the western half run from Rome, the eastern half run from what was known as Byzantium. Rome fell, and so Byzantium was. And after Rome fell, the history of Western Europe, we call the years after this the Dark Ages, because the great knowledge that Rome had, all of their great technological advances, was gone. And so it became known as the Dark Ages because suddenly we had no knowledge, and so technology just seemed to stagnate, sometimes even go backwards, and you're left across what was the Roman Empire with just these echoes of what the Roman Empire used to be. A magnificent building over there, a great road which is still here, that kind of thing. But then they're slowly, very slowly, losing their shine and becoming less and less useful, and new things are being built which is not as good as the old things. Byzantium was held up by classical scholars. I mean, the extent to which it actually was this is open to debate, but it was kind of held up in mythology as being this is the last great hope and place of Western knowledge and civilization, and that's how it was presented in the history books, and this is how Tolkien it kind of sparked Tolkien's imagination. So he talks about Minas Tirith. He says, the half-ruinous Byzantine city of Minas Tirith, a kind of proud, venerable, but increasingly impotent Byzantium. And so this is the kind of the echoes here are strong. That Byzantium, Constantinople, this was this a decaying empire, keeping hold of the knowledge of what there was in the past, while slowly the empire is collapsing around it. A capital under siege, basically, for most of its life. This was a city, a fortress city, not just a beautiful city. Controlling or by some great strategically important waterway for Byzantium, that's the Bosphorus. Here, obviously, the river Anduin, and these impregnable walls. Tolkien talks about the impregnable walls, and that was the same for Byzantium. That had very famous walls that basically, until the invention of gunpowder, people thought, oh, you can't break through those walls. That's just not happening. And that's the same kind of feel we have here. Grond, if you listen to the language we had there, feels like gunpowder, magical kind of gunpowder, what was going on there. So that's the feel. This is where he got inspiration from, but then it also gives you this idea, coming back to culture, which is what we were talking about here. The culture, the feel is very much we're holding on to the last dregs of what was once great. We have these, so we're not told about all the different things that they did, but they definitely have the sort of inns and the sort of more communal life that they've got going on. There are some bits of knowledge of what was there. Some of the helmets that they had were from great ancient technology, Numenorean steel kind of helmets. But in terms of sort of the culture, this was a fortress city, which had a great library within it, great knowledge, but that knowledge is crumbling and people do not look at it anymore. So, Byzantine. Martin S. saying there was a Palantir in Osgiliath at one point, but it was lost, I think. Yes, you're absolutely right. So this was a massive Palantir in Osgiliath. So there were 4 in the Northern Kingdom, 7 came across from Numenor. And the Palantiri, these seeing stones, a gift from the elves, basically, to the Kingdom of Numenor, and they were some of the treasures brought from Numenor. And this is this is part of this kind of feel of there was this great, fantastic Numenor, this amazing empire, great powers, great technology, great magic, and we've just got the last dregs of it here. There were 4 in the Northern Kingdom, 3 in the Southern Kingdom. And the 3 in the Southern Kingdom, 1 in Minas Anor, 1 in Minas Ithil, 1, the biggest one, in Osgiliath. Now, when you got I think it was the Kinstrife, then if you remember, I told you there was this great bridge across the Anduin, the throne room and everything there in the middle of the bridge across the river. That got destroyed, and the Palantir splashed down into the water. And the question is, why didn't they just go and get it? But this is half a mile wide. This is, if you imagine the widest river that you know, it's wider than that probably. This is like if the great rivers of this world. I can remember when I first saw the Danube, but when it was quite wide in Budapest. Anyone who's ever been there, it takes ages to walk across the other side of the Danube. That's the kind of feel I get there. If you're in other parts of the world, in the Nile, if you imagine the Nile, huge, wide river, or the Mississippi or something like that, that's the kind of feel we get with the Anduin, is that you just can't. It's just too deep. It's just too fast moving. Anyone who tried to get it in the middle, at the bottom, in the middle of the river, it was lost. So yeah, that one was gone, and this is what the kind of the feel that we have of this lost. Um, we used to have so much, and now it's gone. 7 of these great seeing stones came across. 2 were lost again, actually lost in the water in the north. One of them was lost, forgotten. I don't know where it was. Actually, it was 3 in the north, 4 in the south. I do apologise. The other one in the south ended up at Isengard, and that, when they in Orthanc, the Tower of Orthanc, they locked the key and left it in there, and Saruman found it. But that was lost, and nobody knew where that one was. There was one more in the north, which was kept. Basically, the elves had the one in Ithil. Sauron took the one at Osgiliath, was lost, and then the last one left was this one in Minas Tirith. Which was basically kept under lock and key. So the idea that there used to be 7 of these, that you could talk across, that you could communicate and see across these 2 great nations, kingdoms, that was all gone. Is another feeling of, this used to be great and mighty, but now we've lost it. Haley Hustad, super sticker, saying thank you very much. I appreciate that. Henry Cavill, great to see you here, Henry. Just with a fist bump in the chat. I hugely appreciate that. Carl Karsnock saying, read The Secret History of Justinian if you want some super spicy in real life court drama. Yeah, so the Byzantium. If you ever, this is incredibly niche, but if you ever want, this was, I'm sure you can still find it, but it was a podcast I listened to, must be 10 years ago now, called something like 10 Byzantine Emperors. Brilliant, absolutely bit to bits. I can't remember who did it. I can't remember a thing, but in terms of capturing a feel of a city and a culture, I thought it was really good. And Carl Karsnock saying the walls of Byzantium were finally breached by the Ottomans using a massively huge Grond-like cannon. Yeah, absolutely. So Tolkien knew his history here. Mara Lee, hi there, Mara. Great to see you. Saying just a show of love and support for all the fabulous content and merch. Hugs to gorgeous Dan the dog. Thank you. Hugely appreciate you and your support. Thank you. And Mara also saying for Samwise Gamgee and Tom Bombadil. Absolutely. 2 finest characters in Tolkien's Legendarium. Carl Karsnock saying we still describe overly complex and inefficient systems as being Byzantine. Yes, or Byzantine. Absolutely. Derry's read it before, saying every time we get a Lord of the Rings stream, I'm reminded of how big a fan George R. R. Martin is of the story too. He absolutely is, and every time when I'm preparing for these live streams, I get reminded again of some other random name that I suspect he might have taken inspiration from. George R. R. Martin is a massive Lord of the Rings fan. And this time it was, so during the Kinstrife, the rebellious grouping had the name of Castamere, which, if you're Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Song of Ice and Fire fan, you will definitely recognise Castamere. Spelled differently, of course, but definitely some inspiration there, I think. Right, let's go to and Carl Carsnock, as I say, some River Royne inspiration from Anduin. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to where were we at? A question from one of my patrons. So Mara Lee saying, I am curious why it took so long for Aragorn to finally come to the throne as King of Arnor and Gondor. Was it due to timing? Did Sauron have to be finally defeated before it was safe to do so? Was it just Aragorn's reluctance? Elrond would not give Aragorn Arwen's hand in marriage until Aragorn took his responsibilities as king. Why did Elrond do that? A lot of questions all sort of tying in with this idea of why wasn't Aragorn already king, which, as I said, I've got a video on this coming out. I did one on it ages ago. This is a redone one which will be coming out in a few weeks' time. But I spoke a bit earlier in the stream about how Aragorn basically was made king by popular acclamation, not by some clear genealogical link that everyone went, oh yeah, actually you are our king. I've just suddenly now I see this piece of paper. I read that's not how it was. One of the changes that Peter Jackson made, more subtle changes. I can understand it. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I can understand it. For Aragorn, was that he made him very much more reluctant to be king, based on he didn't want to be like Isildur. He thought, he thought he might have Isildur's failings, and Arwen had to come in and say, you are not Isildur. So I understand why it created more of an arc for his character, moving from the I don't want to be king to I am fully embracing being king at the very end of it. But that's not what it was in the book. In the book, he's never there rushing to become king, but he accepts that that's his fate. He accepts that that's who he is right from the very beginning. Indeed, a lot of his travels when he was a younger man were into Gondor. He comes in disguise to Minas Tirith and spends some time there, getting to know the city, the land, the people. And this is something that he was happy to embrace when the time was right. So the time was only right, yes, when we came to the War of the Ring. This was one of those timing things. Elrond saying that you can only marry my daughter Arwen if you're king of the North and South Kingdoms. This is not him putting a hopeless. This is an echo. I should probably go back in time. This is an echo of Beren and Luthien, who we spoke about a little bit earlier, in that Luthien's father, Thingol, when Beren said he wanted to marry Luthien, Beren being a human, Luthien being an elf, or half elf, half Maya, really, then Thingol said, you can marry her if you bring me one of the Silmarils, which at the time were on the crown that Morgoth was wearing in the bottom of his fortress, which was under huge guard and also under siege at the time. And this was done as a mockery, as a joke. It's like I'll give you a challenge, I'll give you a task you cannot possibly hope to achieve, and if you even try to do it, you will die. But I will mock you by giving you this task and send you off with just this small amount of hope. And the people in the court were laughing while this was being done. It was not nice from Thingol. And this isn't that. from Elrond. The echo is there. This is a mortal man wishing to be marrying this beautiful elf princess. And then her father says, well, you can only marry her when you do this thing, which seems impossible. Yeah. King of United Arnor and Gondor, that's not happened for 3,000 years. How could that possibly? That's not him setting up a thing to mock Aragorn. It's not him setting up a thing he thinks is not good. He actively thinks that Aragorn will do this. And once he does, he can marry his daughter. So that's the kind of the slight change in feel we've got going on there. And what we have with Aragorn then is just this slowly but surely collecting together all of these different signs of his kingship. Not in a kind of like, well, I have to go off, I've got a little side quest to go and collect that thing there, I need to go off and do this thing here. All of these things, once I've got them all, I can then push them in front of somebody and say, look, here you go, here's all the evidence. That's not the way it is. It's just that as he goes through the story, those things happen. He gets the sword reforged, the sword that was broken reforged. Narsil reforged into Anduril. He goes through the paths of the dead, commanding the army of the dead, basically in the way that the heir to Isildur only could. He is there fulfilling an ancient prophecy about the hands of the king, the hands of the healer, sneaking into Minas Tirith and doing a little bit of healing. Again and again, all of these different signs that he's the right king. And then he turns up and he leads. He is a natural leader. He leads the army eastwards after the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. And when he becomes king, it's because Faramir, who is the steward, and the stewards, let's not forget, they are the people who are there to be governing Gondor until the return of the king. Faramir stands up and gives this speech and says, here's this guy, and he just lists all of these things. And he basically says he's been victorious in battle for us. He's a really good guy. And here's all of these different things, ending up saying he's from the line of Isildur, he's from Elendil, from Numenor. So he's reaching all the way back in time and saying, this is where we first came from, the height of human civilization, that we're this kind of echo from. This is the line that he is from. And Faramir doesn't just say, and therefore I'm naming him king. He doesn't even say, because actually if you go back here, you will see he is our king. He should be our king. He says to the people, do you want this guy as your king? And they will say yes. So Aragorn is made king by popular acclamation, not by some kind of technical tick list of I've fulfilled all of these things, or I am of this particular line. Hey, look, here's my family tree, just to prove things. It's because the people choose him. James Boros saying, hi Robert, amazing stream as always, thank you very much. I try to work during your streams, but end up getting distracted by the excellent analysis. Well, sorry, not sorry on that one. How was Minas Tirith's culture affected by life under constant siege? Well, I mean, this is an interesting one. So, Tolkien, as I say, doesn't talk huge amounts about the culture. What I can talk about, though, is the constant siege. Is that it wasn't over time. Although Minas Tirith is there as a fortified city, it is not under constant siege for hundreds of years. The way that it was kind of left in the build-up over the years leading up to the War of the Ring is that Ithilien is this kind of, well, Mordor is clearly Sauron's. He's got all of that. Ithilien, which is the area, let me get this map back up. I can see whether I can do that. Here we go. Ithilien, which is that stretch of land between the mountains of Mordor and the River Anduin. That is broadly under control of Sauron, but it's sort of a no man's land. And that is the area where we first meet Faramir and his rangers, and they're basically doing some guerrilla warfare in there. Osgiliath is an abandoned city, but is still being used as the main defensive structure for Gondor. So there is, at the beginning of the story, there is still a bridge across there. And Sauron sends a force, just to basically, well, for two reasons. First of all, this is before the main bit of the story that we know. Just after Faramir then Boromir get those visions, and the sort of cryptic message about seeking, seek Rivendell, basically, seek Imladris. And then after that, Sauron sends a force to attack Osgiliath for two reasons. The first reason is to test out Gondor's defenses. The second reason is he very obviously has the 9 Nazgul, the Ringwraiths, there on display, leading the army, knowing that people will see them. He wants everybody to think the Ringwraiths are down here, because the moment that battle's finished, he gives them some nice black cloaks, some nice black horses, and sends them off on their way. They're now hunting for the ring, with everyone thinking they're down just outside Mordor. So that was the purpose of what he was doing. But in terms of sort of our understanding of what's going on, is that battle that was fought there, Boromir, Faramir, and just 2 others survived it. Their last action was to destroy that last bridge in Osgiliath, basically cutting off the west and east banks, saying, Ithilien, now we give up on that completely. The river is now the border in practice, and they can escape back to Minas Tirith. So until that moment, they were still kind of seeing, yes, Osgiliath was basically a ruin, but they still kind of saw that as being a main part of their defensive structure, which was a good few miles eastwards of Minas Tirith. So Minas Tirith was not under siege per se. The Pelennor fields are the farmlands, which, and the fact that they are the farmlands, I think goes to show, for farmlands to be effective, you have to know that there's not going to be a war fought on them during the course of that year. So that means that they had been reasonably certain that they would be okay on a generally ongoing basis. How did it affect, although when I say that, not constant siege, constant threat of siege is probably, I think, the way I would put this. So they were all the way through this, within Minas Tirith, and I say all the way through this, all the way through the second part of the Third Age, they were constantly thinking that they might have an attack. And that meant that the culture was quite a martial one. There was quite a large garrison there. The main bits of public works that seem to have happened from the stewards and the last few stewards were all about improving the defences there. So the focus was not on creating a nice open-air theatre for everybody to be having a good evening out every now and then. It was, we really need to be strengthening this in a curtain wall or something along those lines. So that created a more martial culture than otherwise would have been. Okay, question from let's have a quick chat. I think there might have been one more. No, I think I'm caught up. Matthias saying, time for me to head off. Thank you to everyone. See you next week. Good to see you, Matthias. And let's take a question from Martin S., you had a couple of questions. I think you said so. I'm happy to pick this one up. This is a question about power and corruption in Tolkien's Legendarium. I've sort of squashed it down in size, if that's okay. You said, I was in a discussion about that on a forum a few years ago, and it got me thinking. Someone suggested that the One Ring and its corrupting nature indicated that in Tolkien's Legendarium, characters cannot wield too powerful artifacts or they risk being corrupted. I do not think that this is the case, or not quite anyway. The One Ring was made for a very evil purpose, dominating the wills of others. That contributes to it, not the One Ring's extraordinary supernatural strength, as it were. Broader point, there's the expression that power corrupts, and it comes out of a sociological context. In that expression, power means ruling over other people, doesn't refer to the power in the wall or an engine or of a computer, etc. What do I think about this power and corruption and powerful objects? Do powerful objects necessarily corrupt in Tolkien's world? Well, I don't think so. Tolkien had, first of all, he wrote a huge amount around about the outside of his world and his thoughts on it, but he always stayed very light on details about magic. And a soft magic system is how we generally refer to it these days, I guess. And what that means is that then the meaning of the word power, you're right, I think, to point out that it has various meanings. It's always slightly vague in Tolkien's words. I will be powerful. The ring sort of helps boost the natural power of a person. And I think Tolkien, in these ways, tends to use power in a pretty broad sense. The power of a person, it could be the magical powers that they have, it could be physical strength, it could be their charisma, it could be any number of things about who they are, their intelligence, their ability to navigate the world, whatever it is, that could be considered to be their power. And what One Ring seemed to do was to make that greater. Now, what does that mean in practice? Well, we can see, for example, that when Sauron thought that Aragorn had the ring, one of the reasons that cemented that in his mind was he saw Aragorn marching towards that gate with an army, a small army that couldn't possibly hope to win. And he thought, first of all, that this must be evidence that the ring is corrupting him and making him lust for power, but also that he could be commanding or inspiring people to just march to their deaths is also evidence that he probably had the ring. Now, Sauron was obviously wrong in that instant, but it's his thinking that we're talking about here. So, power can just mean sort of a personal abilities and things like that. But also, as you say, this kind of sociological power over something, being in control over a group of people, over some land, whatever it is. And that kind of lust for power is inherent in the ring, because that is inherent in Sauron, and the ring contains Sauron. What he put a huge amount of himself and his power into that ring, so the ring, its default is being like Sauron and tempting with the things that would tempt Sauron. So when we get Sam tempted, he gets tempted with being the world's greatest gardener, having like a garden that goes on for miles, which makes you go, oh, bless him, what a guy. But this sort of shows is that that's not really what Sam wants. If you really want to tempt Sam, it's like a nice cozy home somewhere in the Shire with Rosie on his arm and maybe somebody bringing him a nice cool pint of beer. That would that would be what he really wants in life, not this great power. In terms of the objects, which is perhaps where you're coming from more precisely, Tolkien does indisputably use this. I mean, we could call it a trope, but this notion of a powerful magical object that has an impact on other people, that makes them or corrupts them because it is so powerful in some way. We have the ring. We also have the Silmarils. And to a lesser extent, the Arkenstone also plays into this kind of archetype. So Tolkien does have this kind of notion that he plays with quite a few times about having this a powerful object that does corrupt people when they're trying to get at it. But not all powerful objects corrupt. The 3 elven rings have not corrupted Elrond or Galadriel or Gandalf. And we can see Galadriel was, I mean, to say she's open to corruption is probably the wrong way to say it, but she had the temptation. When Frodo offered her the ring, she had the temptation. And I suspect that she did not have the temptation. She had the incredibly powerful ring of power herself, but that did not seem to corrupt her in any way. So it depends upon the object. The One Ring corrupts because Sauron has put himself into that ring. So it depends on the object and also the person. So it's a lot harder to corrupt a soul like Gandalf or Galadriel or Sam or Frodo or whoever than someone who naturally might be wanting power and strength for even noble reasons. So Thorin clearly gets overtaken by this desire to have the Arkenstone and to have a kingdom. There are understandable things underlying all of that, but that does clearly overtake him. Boromir wants the power of the ring because he wants to be defending his people. Again, starts off with noble ideals, but probably that would have descended for. So it's about the object and it's about the person. And Martin S., your other question was about, as you said, many years ago, back in the 90s, there was a collectible card game based on The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, which I don't know. I have to say, it sounds good. One thing I still like about it is that it was open to how you could play. In a later expansion, you could even go into Barad-dûr and snatch the Ithil Stone away from Sauron. My question is, if someone actually did manage to do that, taking away the only Palantir Sauron had, what would happen? My guess is it would indeed, as that game suggests, make the Palantiri safer to use for characters like Denethor, Saruman, and Pippin. What other effects might it have? Yeah, I mean, I think that is definitely the main impact. If Sauron did not have that, he would not know what was going on around the world. And those 3 characters you got there are the ones that are, their interactions with Sauron play in, with Aragorn as well, we'll come on to, play in most to where the story goes. If Sauron had not had a Palantir, when Saruman found his, he wouldn't have made contact with Sauron. And he would have just used that as a way to be trying to find the One Ring. He probably would have still continued his downward spiral, but the deal with Sauron wasn't going to be there. That would have had a huge impact on the story. Denethor would have seen the rise of Sauron, and Sauron's forces, and may well have gone down the same kind of dark path, but not to the same extent, because Sauron basically showed himself through the Seeing Stones that he knew would scare Denethor. But probably the most important in terms of the overall plot of what happens is when Pippin and then Aragorn use the Palantir. Pippin does it just because he's being full of a took, obviously. He looks into it. Sauron sees him, and that is pure chance. Just as an aside here, the way that the Palantiri work is that they're we think of them as like this from a crystal ball. They're more like a magical telescope. You have to point it in the right direction. And when you point it in the right direction, you can sort of go forwards and back, and then even you can perhaps master through time. You can see things further distance or closer to you. But you have to be pointing in the right direction. It is pure chance, or perhaps Ilúvatar intervening in the story, but it's chance that Sauron happened to be looking in the direction of Orthanc at the time, through his Palantir at the time that Pippin picked it up and looked. That convinced Sauron, who was looking for Baggins Shire, he was looking for hobbits, and he saw a hobbit at Orthanc, and he became convinced that must be the hobbit who had the ring. And that's now at Orthanc. And then the day after, Aragorn picked up the stone and basically challenged Sauron face to face. He stood. This was a mental battle between him and Sauron. Aragorn's not given enough credit for this. It's a hugely intense thing for him to do. He has this mental battle with Sauron to the extent that by the beads of sweat afterwards, out of breath, I think, as well. And he's there, and he basically says, "Do you know who I am? I'm the heir of Isildur. Do you know what this sword is? This is the sword that cut the One Ring off of your finger before, and I'm coming to get you." That's basically what he did. I mean, this is like, I think Liam Neeson on a phone call. That's the kind of vibe we've got going on here. Aragorn just basically throwing down the gauntlet. And that convinced Sauron that Aragorn must now have the One Ring, because who would be so bold as to do that? Come and challenge him direct. Only somebody who has got the One Ring. He must have taken it from the Hobbit. So that directed Sauron's thoughts to where's Aragorn. And once he'd done that, he then turned his eye away from Frodo, and Frodo and Sam could work their way into Mordor. So those are the kind of the longer term impacts. There will be another one about Sauron wouldn't have known as much about what was going on and be able to time his troop movements, etc., etc. But the biggest thing will be the fact that it allowed Frodo and Sam to get to the cracks of doom. Martin S. saying, I think the word power in Power Corrupts is closer in meaning to dominion than to power or might, the way those words are used in Tolkien's story. So I think Tolkien uses power in a number of different ways. So I think you're very right. I think so. To have power is different, though, to the rings of power being powerful. So a ring of power is a ring which has intrinsic strength and qualities in and of itself. It can do magic or something like that. A ring of power, it can turn you invisible. That's a powerful ring. But when we're talking power in the sense that you're saying, yes, absolutely, power corrupts. This is the having authority over people, which incidentally, if you go back, the reason why Galadriel's story arc is so interesting is that if you go back to the beginning, the reason why she came across to Middle-earth, the reason why she stayed in Middle-earth is, and Tolkien doesn't ever call it, a lust for power or anything like that, but she had eagerly desired to rule her own lands without instruction from anyone. She wanted power. Early Galadriel was power hungry. And that is why when we get to the end of the story and the ring tempts her and she goes through all of this, not just like how powerful will I be, I'm going to be this amazing person. It's like I will be in charge. All will see me and fall in love with me and be afraid of me. I misquoting, the language is astonishing there. But that's the feel, is that there's two layers going on. I will be powerful, and I will have powerful or power as in dominion. So yeah, I think you're right to sort of tease out those differences. Um, Steve Ashley Turner saying the Astari had their power limited, but was Sauron's. We know, for example, that Melian still had or seemed to have her power as a Maya. Shouldn't Sauron still have Maya power too? Yes, with a big asterisk next to it. So Sauron, so the Astari, the five Astari, we're told, again, this is in the nature of Middle-earth, it was fantastic revelations on this. We're told basically the answer to a kind of a throwaway line or an intriguing line in, I think it was The Lord of the Rings, when the Astari basically, they come to Middle-earth clothed in the body of an old man, with sort of a dampener on what their abilities and what they can do. And there's a throwaway line that I'm going to misquote because I can't remember it exactly, but it basically says, and this is to rectify mistakes of the past. And that was always kind of like, people obviously speculated and people had some sort of ideas, but in the nature of Middle-earth, it becomes apparent that what those mistakes of the past were when they came back way a long time ago, when Melian was there as well, and they came back in full power. They came to look after the elves in full power and basically usher the elves over westwards to a man where the Valar thought that they would be in more safety, probably would be. But them having all this power on display actually made the elves go, well, hang on a moment, you say this is optional, but you're kind of like massively powerful beings coming here, telling us to come this way. And it kind of backfired, and they started spreading rumors about and gossiping about what the motivations really were. Did they actually just want to be ruling over the elves? Why are they in power like this? And so that was the mistake of the past, is coming in power. So the Astari, when they came in the Third Age, rectifying the mistakes of the past, this time they didn't come in power. They didn't come. Gandalf wasn't there to direct events, to say, to go to Elrond and say, right, now you go over there, you do this. Galadriel, now it's your turn to do this kind of thing. Aragorn, follow me, we're going here. That's not what they were doing. What they were doing was to support and encourage and to guide, rather than come in full power and take over. So that's the kind of the long intro to this answer. What was with Melian? Melian, it would appear, stayed in full power because she basically stayed in Middle-earth. She married Thingol and then left in the First Age and headed back. She didn't come with the Astari when they came back in the Third Age. Sauron, when he came across, he was at his full power, but he poured a lot of himself and his power into the One Ring. So the Sauron that we find, Tolkien tells us, when he had his ring, then he was even more powerful. When he wasn't in possession of it, then he was less powerful. And if it got destroyed, then basically he would be gone. Yes, to start with, but he voluntarily chose to put his power into that ring. Pios Ballerina, picking up a question for Bryson Chung. How did the Oliphants cross the Anduin to get to the Battle of the Pelennor Fields? Well, it's a great question. I mean, there's a lot of big boats, I think, is the answer. Um, they they have been preparing for this. It's worth just sort of clarifying. Sauron doesn't just think in a matter of like a few weeks, or well, I think I might attack Gondor in a few weeks' time. He had been planning for this for decades. We read about Grond. Long had it been being forged. This was always the plan. It had one purpose. That was to take the gates of Minas Tirith. That was its only job. It did it. It succeeded. It destroyed the gates of Minas Tirith. But that had been a plan very long time, years probably in the making. Similarly, they knew well that there was, they would have to get over the Anduin. How do you do that? They had big boats, which is not a sexually exciting answer, but I think that's pretty much it. Martin S. saying, I do not think that even Sauron had the ability to connect to the Palantiri network, as it were, without a Palantir of his own. No, I agree absolutely. I mean, the Palantiri were connected one to another, particularly some of them were very connected to each other. So the one that Denethor had and the one that Sauron had were connected because they had been in the twin cities, Minas Anor and Minas Ithil. So they were particularly connected, those two. But without it, no, in the same way that Gandalf couldn't just suddenly hack into the network to find out what's going on. This was a surprise when we find out about Saruman, what had been going on with Saruman and Sauron, because they've been talking on a private line on the Palantir. So friends saying, trying my hardest to stay awake till I get to his question. Your question is coming up next. What shall we do that one now? Just so you can get to bed. So friends saying, hello Robert, thanks always for the insightful content. Thank you very much. Having a 2-month-old son. Oh yes, this was why you're trying desperately to stay awake. Having a 2-month-old son, it's been particularly helpful to listen to when I'm up around 3 to 5 a.m. Well, first of all, congratulations, and I'm delighted I can spend a little bit of that time with you and help you out there. On Minas Tirith, you ask, do we get a sense of population size? The films and from memory the books don't go into much detail about smaller villages or towns where the kingdoms must at least recruit the men from their armies. Do we know roughly how much of Gondor's population resides in Minas Tirith? Well, you're right that we do not know. Tolkien didn't write big lists. There are lots of things he did write lists of. The more you dig into all of his notes, the ages of different people, what happened at different bits of time, even chronological work through. I think it's the population of. I think it was the population of Numenor over time, or maybe it was the elves. He worked it out sort of generation after generation. Anyway, I digress. Population of Gondor, we're not told. Some people have come to some reasonable guesses about garrison sizes based on what Tolkien tells us in The Lord of the Rings. So as best as we can, people who've added up all the numbers, because we are told, this amount of people came from Dol Amroth, this is how many people there were from that came in from Rohan, these amount of people came up from these fishing towns and things like that. When you add it all up, then it comes to something a bit over 11,000 seems to be on the good guys' side in the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. So that's sort of garrison size. We estimate of that, so a good 6,000 of that is Rohan. Probably about 2,000 is the actual garrison at Minas Tirith. Now, what does that mean in terms of the population of Minas Tirith or Gondor? Various people have tried to guess at the population of Minas Tirith. Given what we know about it, it is not a hugely populous city. It's probably worth saying. By Middle Earth standards, it is. But it's sort of by modern standards, no. The best estimates that I've seen are in the low tens of thousands. So probably more than 10,000, but probably less than 50,000 is a rough guess, just based purely on the size of the garrison, the size of the city itself that we're told about, and what proportion of that is actually seemingly residential occupation, and how big the farmland around it is, for what sort of size population that could feed. That's we're something 30,000, finger in the air. In terms of Gondor more broadly, again, Tolkien doesn't give us huge amounts of detail here, but the best guess is based again on what sort of size garrisons people can be sending, that kind of thing, is we're looking overall population of Gondor being 1.5 million, something along those lines. So it's a lot of people, but it's not massive amounts. Right, let's go to so Carl Kostak saying plus or minus a few Tirith would be my guess. Minas Tirith. Very good. And let's go to Martin S. Was there any way, short of an intervention by Eru himself, to sever the One Ring from the other rings of power, so that the latter wouldn't lose their abilities with the destruction of the One Ring? So I think the short answer is no. I think the longer answer is only by a smith greater than Sauron himself, or a magic user greater than Sauron himself. Craftsman, magical craftsman. You know what I'm talking about. Now, Tolkien himself, I think this was letter 131. If you're going to read any letter, read letter 131. It's long, but it goes through so much of Tolkien's explaining of the plot. And in that, he talks about the fact that it could not be destroyed or unmade by anyone with less power than Sauron, power and ability than Sauron, which basically is no one in Middle-earth, because he was the greatest smith, basically, in Middle-earth. Saruman was pretty good, but not a patch on Sauron. Apart from Eru, are there any others who perhaps could have done that? Well, I mean, you've got Aula the smith himself, one of the Valar. He probably could, but it's not. Or it was made very clear that the Valar had said, no, we're having nothing to do with this, the ring itself. I mean, sneakily, one of the Valar almost certainly was helping. Manwë almost certainly was sneakily helping, but they weren't actively getting involved. They did not want the ring coming to them. They were not going to actively, personally go over there and sort things out. They've done all of that. Now was the time for the people of Middle-earth to be dealing with this stuff themselves, which you can view it in a number of different ways, but from their perspective, it was like the equivalent of their pesky teenagers now need to start to learn to look after themselves, rather than always having somebody tidying up behind them. That's the kind of feel that we've got going on here. So the short answer to say is that no, nobody could do that. The longer answer is that Aula could probably do it, but decided not to. Urias Tosh saying, pretty sure only Valar could destroy the ring. Yes, more than just Aula could destroy it, but in terms of severing the one ring's connection to the other rings, that's a different thing altogether. So, friend, if you are now going to go to sleep, then I wish you well. And I'm glad you got to hear your answer before then. Ranabir Mitra saying, salutations, Robert and Dan the dog. I hope you're both well. Very well, thank you. Forgive me, but I wish to take this opportunity to ask about the original Minas Tirith in Beleriand. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. Please, could you explain how Sauron used it as a watchtower in the period involving Beren and Luthien? Also, were there any implications of using the same name for Gondor's capital after the original watchtower was submerged? I'm guessing that using a name associated with the Dark Lord would be looked down upon during the later ages. Well, yes, it would. So, but to answer that second bit, first, he did not use the word Minas Tirith. It was renamed when he took it over. It was named Tol Ingarhoth, I think. Tol Ingarhoth, which means Isle of Werewolves, because that's what he was using it for. This was where he was making werewolves, basically massive wolves. How was he using it as a watchtower? Well, it was more of a home base then than a watchtower. Its original purpose had been there as a watchtower to be protecting the lands of the free, as it were. That failed. The forces of darkness took it. Sauron made it his home base. No longer at that point was it used as a watchtower. Then the whole island, not just the tower itself, then was used as his base for all of his various evil practices. So that is why it wasn't sort of, Minas Tirith wasn't a sort of tainted name, as it were. It wasn't the kind of thing, oh no, you can't call it that. This was recalling a great watchtower back in the day that, yes, it fell, but it's still, even after it fell, it had some great stories connected to it. Okay, so Matthew Martell saying Minas Anor becomes capital of the South Kingdom around 1640 and is later renamed Minas Tirith after the loss of Minas Ithil in 2002. Could you talk about the transition of the minor fortress on Amon Tirith to the seven-tiered construct that would become the main city of Gondor? Yeah, I mean, I've sort of talked about this. I'll try and pull all of this together in one answer. But it starts out, as you say, as this watchtower atop the mountain. So the edge of the mountain range, the mountain range sort of comes to a point, and on the edge of that mountain range, at the top was the watchtower. Great place to be looking out over stuff. And right from the very beginning, we get the tombs of the kings, basically, are there. That is going to be where they are going to bury their important dead. And so it was not just a watchtower, it's sort of morphed in time, because obviously that took time for them to have kings, and for that therefore to become a kind of holy and special place for them. Over time it became a guardhouse for that as well, which kind of brought it down to another level. We know that the outer wall around the bottom, that is also early, because that is using Numenorian technology, which got lost quite early on. So it appears with Watchtower first, expanding out the top to be the one layer down. So start on the 7th level, one layer down to the 6th level to be sort of a guardhouse area. And then we get the outer ring wall, which is black. The rest of it is all white, but that is black. That then, I'm sure, just insert you had to have various guardhouses and things at that bottom level, just to be manning that wall. So at this point, you've got levels 1, 6, and 7, but that's sort of like still a kind of a glorified castle. If you imagine it as close to a modern Bailey castle, I think that's probably, it's not, obviously it's not exactly the same, but that's the kind of idea. You have this sort of outer wall around the bottom, and then right up at the top of the hill, mountain, you have the main stronghold. And around the bottom, as I say, you will have had the farming around the Pelennor fields almost certainly would have carried on there, and so you will have had the storehouses and things there along the way. Then over time, much later in time, you find that then it becomes this kind of summer palace for the kings of Gondor, which again almost certainly towards the top of this hill, that's where they would be going. It's a little bit cooler up there during the heat of the summer. And once you do that and the court was coming across, you actually then had to be creating quite a lot more residential feel. That had to be serviced by a huge amount of other people, because if you have all of the rich and powerful and the nobles, then they have to bring all of their servants with them, and who has to be doing all of the cooking and the cleaning, and you need to have the stables. That created, I am sure, the extra levels are starting to be filled in by that point. But it's towards the end when we start getting it turning into what we know as this great fortification. So the zigzag, we're not told exactly when the zigzag started to take place, but that was for fortification, not for a summer palace. That's for being a fortification. That as increasingly as you got to the end of the Third Age, that became the focus on what was going on. Like Thelion II, then Thor, really improving the fortifications of the place. So it's a slow build-up. The middle, I think the last bit probably to have actually kind of filled up will have been sort of like the second and third levels. But eventually all of the 7 levels were filled. The more you get people who are there, if you get a full-time capital there, then you have to have all of the supporting infrastructure. Martin S, I think you just retracted your question there in the chat. Do drop it if that was an accident. Do drop it into the chat, and I will pick that one up. Carl Carsnock saying toll or tell is a term for mounds that build up over successive layers of cities, civilization being built up in a specific location, very common in the Middle East, etc. Yeah, interesting. Let's go to a question from Gina Z saying, I am interested in learning more about the history of Rathdynan. This is the where the kings are buried, and the Hallows. I read recently that Elendil had lain in the Hallows and then was removed to Halifidian, and then eventually brought back to the Hallows. Could you talk more about how or why his remains were removed several times? Yes, absolutely. So they were probably, after Elendil was killed, he was killed in, we know, the Last Alliance in this fight against Sauron. He was killed just before Isildur cut the ring from Sauron's finger. What happened after that is that for a year or two, Isildur hung around Minas Tirith, hung around Gondor, and he, reading between the lines, he actually wasn't really succumbing to the ring's power so much. He thought that he could use it for good. So many people think they can use it for good. He eventually decided that he probably couldn't. And eventually he headed up where he was going. He was going to the Northern Kingdom, to his new home, but he was going via Rivendell to give the ring to Elrond to discuss what we're going to do about this. But before he did that, he took Meneldil, his nephew, who was taking over as king of Gondor, and he basically taught him how to be a king for a couple of years. And he did this rounds of the circuit of Gondor, going all around the outside of Gondor, looking at the extent of the kingdom, discussing stuff with him. And they ended up in the midpoint of what was then the kingdom of Gondor, which was the top of this mountain range that Amon Anwar, it was called, as you've got it here, Halakirian. That's another name for it, which comes up, I think, a bit later, really. So he takes Meneldil up to the top of this mountain, which he says is the center point of Gondor. And he takes, and he builds a tomb, the tomb of Elendil. And he buries him there. He says this is a hallowed place. This is the center of Gondor. This is the middle of the kingdom. And this is it's a secret place, but it's a special place that the king of Gondor should come up here and bring their heir with them. But that's it. And so Elendil may have been, his remains, they will have had to be somewhere for the couple of years before that, in Rathdainen and the Hallows in what was then Minas Anor. But clearly Isildur, by that point, it's clear when we're talking about this is the holy place where they buried all of the kings and stewards of Gondor. Elendil was the first high king to have died. So at that point, yes, they probably had created this burial place, but no precedent had been established that that's where the kings were buried. Elendil was buried in the center of the kingdom, atop this mountain. Many, many years later, 2,500 years later or so, we get another meeting there. We get a meeting there between Cirion and Eorl. Now, this was basically the founding of the kingdom of Rohan and what is known as the Oath. Now, what is Rohan used to be a part of Greater Gondor, and it was given to Eorl's people who'd come from the north, and they swore an oath. Cirion and Eorl swore an oath that the two nations would always be friends. They would always come to each other's aid. And they agreed, okay, so what's the rule here? Well, we'll send a red arrow that says, come to our aid, we need you. We've got another way of doing it, an early alarm system, the beacons. And that hilltop that they were on, that they met at, was Amon Anwar, which is where Elendil was buried. And that became the last of the beacons, incidentally. So when we see the beacons sort of atop the mountains, the last of those beacons is Amon Anwar. And having sworn this and given over the whole land on that side over to Rohan, and Cirion then had a think to himself and thought, this is no longer the center of the kingdom, because I've just given over a whole load of land to Rohan. That's now a new kingdom, and Elendil is supposed to be at the center of the kingdom. So he dug up his remains, and then he took them back to what was then Minas Tirith, and he reinterred them in the Hallows in Minas Tirith, which is where they stayed. So that's the story. It's yes, it did get moved a couple of times, but reverently and for what they thought were good and symbolic reasons. Raven's Oath. Why was Minas Tirith built so close to an unconquered Mordor? Thank you for these weekly streams. You are appreciated. Well, thank you. It's largely where we're told it's sort of they started their kingdom where they landed. So Isildur and Anarion landed there and came up on the sort of the southwest coast of Middle-earth, and went up the Anduin and then founded their kingdom there. Now, pardon me, Mordor was obviously off to one side, but there were other groups around. And in particular, if you went sort of off further beyond to the east of Mordor, you had a whole load of peoples who had been very loyal to Sauron, and they didn't want to go there. To the south, then you actually got what were known as the Black Númenóreans. So I've talked about the fact that Elendil and his sons and the faithful, they were the only ones who escaped Númenor. That's true, but before that, Númenor had for many centuries, they'd been building an overseas empire, basically, in Middle-earth. They'd been colonizing, they'd been building fortresses and cities, and most of those had been down in the area to the south of Mordor. And so Isildur and Anarion didn't want to go there. They weren't going to go further to the north. That's where their dad was. If they went to the other bit of the north, then that's heading towards where all the dragons were. So they might as well just take this nice patch of land here in the middle, which has not got lots of nice lush farmland, and a natural defensive buffer here, access to the sea. It seems, to us like it might not have been the best place to build, but I think to them they'd have gone, I mean, this is as good a place as any. That there were plenty worse places they could have gone. Let's go to Agreed Weirwood saying Martin Sith, I think he's picking up a question from Martin S. Saying if Aula crafted a full set of combat gear, is this question he asked that got deleted for whatever reason? If he created a full set of combat gear, sword, shield, armor, and helmet for Éomer, would Éomer be a hard challenge even for Glorfindel, the Witch King, and Aragorn in that? Well, if Aula created full combat gear, like magical stuff like that, then yeah, definitely Aragorn. He could take him. As for the others, the Witch King and Glorfindel, well, I mean, I think that they would. So the Witch King would flee from Glorfindel, even though the Witch King is hugely powerful. The issue for Éomer with the Witch King is that the Witch King, I think it released quite recently actually, how powerful are the Nazgul. Most of their weapons are not just physical weapons. You have the Black Breath, which is an aura of fear which surrounds them. And the Witch King in particular, he can just make even the strongest willed people drop their sword in fright and just fall to their knees. That's a suit of armor, unless it has particular magical enchantment against that, then that's not that effective. Yeah, Aragorn, I think. The other two, perhaps less so. Let's go to a question about Catherine First. I wonder what happened to Minas Tirith in the years after the main story in Lord of the Rings. Did it flourish and grow under Aragorn's rule? Did they get a new white tree? What about after Aragorn's time? We've certainly seen great cities and realms flourish and then ebb. Okay, so we are told in the immediate aftermath they repaired it and rebuilt it and made it beautiful. Basically, the dwarves, mentioned this a little earlier in the stream, the dwarves under Gimli came and repaired the gate, the banding of Mithril. The elves of Legolas, they made it the inside of the city, repaired it all, beautiful gardens, plazas, things like that. This became a wonderful place to be living. Aragorn, we're told, ruled wisely, and the land and the people prospered under his rule. He went on a number of expeditions out to secure the borders, for want of a better phrase, freeing slaves in Mordor, ensuring that the neighbours to the south and the east were not going to be a problem. He gave freedoms and lands to the Woses and to the Shire. All good stuff. Did they get a new White Tree? Yes, they did. Aragorn and Gandalf climbed the mountain behind Minas Tirith and found a sapling. It was there all along. It was a sign. That they brought down and planted where the old dead White Tree had been. The old dead White Tree, incidentally, they actually took into the Hallows, the Dainen, and let it be there. I think with the steward. I think it was in the House of the Stewards they left that one in there. But yeah, so new White Tree grew. After his time, Tolkien just kind of slowly draws a veil over it. We get a hint of it in the new Shadow, the partly written sequel that he did, where Minas Tirith still is clearly strong, though the people are perhaps growing a little bit lazy and not really looking out for evil. The implication is that after Aragorn's rule, his son took over from him and was also a good and strong leader, lived a long life, not as long as Aragorn's, not as great as Aragorn. Then his son took over from him, and there's a slow descent and a slow descent until we become, it's just a human empire. What happened to it, we don't know. As I say, Tolkien just kind of slowly draws the veil across from it. Aragorn ruled well and wisely, and land prospered. After that, I don't know. It slowly disappears. That was, I think that was from my patrons. That's the last Minas Tirith specific question. So now's a good time to drop any more Minas Tirith questions into the chat. I'll pick up on as many of them as we get, and then I'll move on to wider questions that we've got going on. Martin S. So I've got a few Song of Ice and Fire questions after this, but we'll talk Minas Tirith for a touch longer. Martin S. saying, I think the Valar were not just powerful, but peak skilled too. Say if Tulkas were equalized to a great human warrior or witch king by both losing superhuman powers, he'd win by skill. Same for the other Valar with their domains. Yeah, in terms of sort of his skill, so who were you using here? So you had Tulkas, great fighter. Each of the Valar had, they weren't just powerful beings. These were beings created before time itself. Each of the Valar had within them kind of an expression of God, Iluvatar, and that they understood that part of the world and creation, and they kind of exemplified it. So you have kind of the setup. Tolkien obviously loved his mythologies. The setup feels very much like the pantheons of Greek gods or Norse gods or whatever, but they are all kind of, yes, they're independent, but they each have this kind of spark from God, the one God above them, in that particular area. So, for example, Aula, as we were talking about him a little bit before, the smith, it's not just that he's very good at being a smith. He embodies smithery, crafting. He is the person who teaches the great smiths that we know. Sauron learned under him. Saruman learned under him. So these great smiths, indeed Feanor did as well. So these great smiths were learning from him. And so, yes, if a Valar came into the world, into Middle-earth, they would be able to take on any of these mere mortals quite easily, I think. It starts saying, "Oh, I didn't miss the live stream. No, we're still going strong. We're coming to the end of questions. We've done, 2.5 hours or so on Minas Tirith. So we're just tidying up questions about Minas Tirith, and then we'll go into slightly more open Q&A in a moment." Caius Ballerina saying, "Why did Aragorn feel it was necessary to go to Minas Tirith in disguise? What made Denethor suspect him?" So Aragorn didn't want to claim the kingship until the moment was right, basically. And so if he went in there and said, "It's me, I'm the king," this would create issues. He knew what had to happen. He knew that he had to head off east. He had to play his role in what was going to come. If we had this whole debate about succession beforehand, that would slow things down. It would cause division within the camp. This was actually a really sensible move on his part. I think he went in there in secret. For those who don't know this bit of the story, after the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, there were quite a few people who were seriously wounded. And particularly with the Black Breath that I was talking about a moment ago, which it doesn't just scare people, it can actually leave them under this shadow that can basically lead to death in the long run. Faramir and Éowyn both got struck by this, and Aragorn sneaks in. Aragorn is a great healer. He rather humbly says, "Oh, I wish Elrond were here. He's better than I am." But Aragorn is a great healer. He has the Elf Stone, which is a magical kind of healing stone. And he has his own abilities that he's learned off Elrond. And he just comes in and says, "Oh, we need... Go get me these herbs." Kingsfoil, obviously, cures everything. And he cures people, he heals people. And this is the fulfillment of the prophecy: the hands of the king are the hands of a healer. If he'd gone in saying, "Hi, I'm Aragorn, I'm your rightful king," and then started trying to heal people, that would create an entire different situation. So it simply was the time was not right. As for Denethor, why he knew Aragorn existed. Denethor did. He knew that Aragorn wanted the throne. He knew that Gandalf was on his side. He knew that Faramir sided with Gandalf, and he was starting to get really quite paranoid. So, from Denethor's perspective, a dangerous place to go into, try and get into Denethor's mind. But the stewards, because we don't see much of the history of Gondor, like we haven't watched much of it. We just watched the last few years, few months, weeks even, of Minas Tirith before the War of the Ring. We don't stop to think the stewards, by which we mean Denethor's ancestors, his family, had ruled for 1,000 years. Now, they had rejected the only line of kings who could potentially sort of claim to be the returning king. They were kings in all but name. Basically, they might sit there saying, "Oh, we're just waiting for the true king to return." They didn't think the true king was going to return. That started out when their actual king rode off to answer a challenge from the Witch King and then just did not come back. And so they said, "Well, hopefully the king's going to come back at some point, but we'll put a steward in charge until he does." And that's it, just carried on from there. There is no actual expectation that there's a king out there who's going to come back. So Denethor, when he figures out there's somebody here who is going to basically, at some point, claim the throne. That is challenging 1,000 years. That's as long as the British monarchy has been around, which feels pretty established by this point. The stewards ruling Gondor felt pretty established by that point. Okay. Daniel Dipka saying Aragorn made it across the whole board, got to Minas Tirith and said, "King me." Yeah, pretty much. Right. Okay, so that is. Feel free if you've got any more Minas Tirith questions, drop them in the chat. Casper Arena saying, "Do you think New Lips are real, once real but now gone, or perhaps tales of Gollum that have twisted or expanded over time?" Probably the latter would be my guess. I don't think I've got a strong view on that one. Paul Al-Gaib. Having written it down, I now and said it out loud. I see what you're doing with that. Paul Al-Gaib saying, "Hi, Robert. New on Patreon. Welcome. Fantastic to have you. If you are, I should probably say, if you are a patron of mine, thank you. I hugely appreciate it. This is the best way to support this channel. If you wish to do so, there are links. Well, there'll be one if you're watching live in the chat. If you're watching back a bit later, down in the description. Patreon's the best way to support this channel, if you wish to do so. But patrons, thank you. Question from Paul saying about A Song of Ice and Fire. As a show-only watcher, I wondered if in the books Daenerys ever asks Barristan Selmy about her mother, Rhaella. With her being a bit of a feminist, I would expect so. Yes, she does. So Barristan Selmy is over in Meereen, and Dany does ask him various questions about her past, her family in particular, which is understandable. As he knew them, he'd been around for a long time. Those, I have to say, are some of the most frustrating conversations in all of A Song of Ice and Fire, because Barristan Selmy so many times is on the verge of saying something really interesting, and then Dany goes, "Oh, I'm a bit tired now, let's talk about this some other time." Or somebody knocks on the door and comes in, and it's like, "There's an important thing here," and it's like, "Okay, we'll carry on another time." A lot of the time he gets cut off. But she does have this conversation. She has decided to marry Hisdar. It's a pragmatic decision. It's a political decision. It's not who she wants to marry. She's got this thing going on with Dario at the time as well. And while she's getting ready and going for the wedding, then Barristan is there as head of her Queensguard, basically, Lord Commander. And she thinks about her parents. It's her wedding day, basically, and she's thinking about her parents' wedding day. And so she does ask Barristan there about her parents. And she asks if they, because everyone knew that they had been made to marry each other in the way that Targaryens do, but that was not a love match. They were put together by their father, Jaehaerys II, because he believed in the prophecy of the prophecy of the prince that was promised. He put his two children together because he got told that from their line would come the prince that was promised. And so Dany says to Barristan, I mean, I understand they had to get married, but if they had their own choice, who would they have married? And the answer for her father, Aerys, basically is Joanna. He doesn't, Joanna Lannister, Tywin's wife. He doesn't exactly say it like that. But for her mother, he says this: "The queen, your mother, was always mindful of her duty. As a girl, though, she was once smitten with a young knight from the Stormlands who wore her favour at a tourney and named her Queen of Love and Beauty. A brief thing." She asks, "What happened to this knight?" And Bereston answers, "He put away his lance the day your lady mother wed your father. Afterward he became most pious, and was heard to say that only the maiden could replace Queen Raella in his heart. His passion was impossible. Of course. A landed knight is no fit consort for a princess of the royal blood." Which is really interesting and quite intriguing. Who could this possibly be? We do get a hint here when we get across to well, actually, it was earlier. It was the book earlier that this happened. Jamie heads off to the Riverlands to be doing basically reclaiming places, and for the crown areas that they have lost or areas that are being held by opposition forces. And one of the people with him is this guy called Sir Boniface Hasty. Now, we don't really know huge amounts about this Boniface Hasty. He's a sort of an older knight. Jamie has this vague knowledge that he used to be quite a good tourney knight, and then something happened. He didn't know what happened to this guy, and he gave up doing the tourney thing, and he turned to religion, basically. And he founds this Holy 100 pious knights, who he then leads as this holy order for the faith of the Seven. And Jamie chats to him a bit. He doesn't really seem to get on with him all that well. He wonders whether they're actually any good at fighting. He thinks there's not really much evidence one way or the other. And he eventually ends up leaving him and his troops in charge of Harrenhal. And we move on. The story moves on. We've had confirmation, though, from semi-canon force from the World of Ice and Fire app, which was around which George R. Martin sort of gave his thumbs up to. It's not as official as the book or obviously the main story, but we have got confirmation from there that Sir Boniface Hasty is this person who Dany's mother, Raella, had a thing for. And the moment that she was forced to marry, he gave up being a tourney knight. He turned to religion, and Jamie deals with him much, much later. So it's an interesting little tweak that is not... it probably doesn't have any relation to the story at all, but it's just like tying a little bow in something. Okay. Let's go to two more questions. These questions actually from last week that I said I would have a quick think about and come back on this week. So now's the time to drop any random questions in the chat. I will pick up before we go there. This was from Sir Breton Briarwhite last week, saying, "Could you please talk about House Brax?" This is a Westerland's house. They have a unicorn as their sigil, but the only unicorns we know exist are on Skagos. Could they be from the north originally? Now, we don't know huge amounts about House Brax. They have a purple, indigo, I think, unicorn as their sigil. I think that the only thing that I would say, because we don't have huge amounts of information about them, is that Skagos is where we hear there are unicorns, but as far as we can tell, we get this in sort of like a John has a vision through ghosts to Shaggy Dog of Skagos, as far as we can tell, which is where Rickon is, of a goat with one huge horn. And so the prevailing theory in the fandom at the moment is that when we're talking about unicorns on Skagos, that's just a kind of a legend. that has been built, because not many people actually go to Skagos. It's not a particularly friendly place. That people have seen a goat with a single horn, and that's what they call unicorns. So there aren't, as far as we're aware, actually unicorns in the north, which probably means that they're not House Bracks are not from the north. This is just a sort of a very knightly kind of standard, pure but with royal colours. Is probably what they're trying to be saying. If you have a unicorn, that is like purity and good and right, but indigos and purples are quite royal colours, so it's like we're righteous, but we're also powerful. That seems to fit the characters that we meet in the story, who are from House Brax. One of them, Lord Brax, drowns in the river during, I think it was the battle when I forget the name of it. Might have been the Green Fork, but he ends up in the middle of the river, and he's wearing such full plate armor, preposterous helmet, that he just sinks. Which kind of fits with this rather vainglorious sigil that they've got going on. Carl Carsnark saying, horny goats are the best goats. They are indeed. And Chaos Ballerina, this was the other question from last week, asking about House Broom. Did any of House Broom with an E at the end survive the dance? Did they become House Broom without an E on the end? Or was one a cadet branch of the other? Which castle do either Brooms live in? Right, so these are two houses, both in the Westerlands. One called House Broom with an E at the end, the other called House Broom without an E at the end. House Broom without an E at the end, they're listed as one of the principal houses sworn to the Lannisters. So like the next rung of the feudal ladder, along with the other big and impressive houses that we know, the Westlings and the Crakehals and the Rains were there, and Tarbecks, people like that. So a big house. There is a Broom without an E, Sir Brett Benedict Broom mentioned, who as the Master of Arms at Casterly Rock. So there's a chance, if we do get to Casterly Rock in the Winds of Winter, presumably with Cersei, that we will meet him, and so we might get to the bottom of this mystery. But we don't know much about them. They're ancient as a house. They are from the First Men. They are there from the I think they're called the Golden Age of Heroes, was what it said, which is a slightly vague, but the Age of Heroes, the Dawn Age, that long ago. So that's House Broom without an E. House Broom with an E, we only get a reference from quite early in the Targaryen rule, which is with the Faith Militant Uprising against Maegor the Cruel, and House Broom with an E were a part of that. We hear nothing after that. Now, are they connected? Is one a cadet? Are they the same? Was one a cadet branch of the other? Well, all of these things are possible. We get a lot of cadet branches, so there's, even in the Westlands, then the Lannisters, there's a cadet branch of the Lannisters, House Lannister of Lannisport. In the north, you get the Starks, but also then the Karstarks and the Grey Starks. So it's entirely possible that this is a cadet branch of the other. Presumably, if we're talking about Broom without an E being the ancient one, then Broom with an E perhaps is the more recent cadet branch off of that. but we don't have any information on this. All we have is just one little snippet of information, which was somebody way back in time asked Elio Garcia about this. Now, if you don't know Elio Garcia, he, along with his wife Linda Antonsen, has played a very important part in the history of George R. Martin's world as a whole. Co-writers with him on The World of Ice and Fire, and for a long time, not so much now as my given understanding, but for a long time were the sort of the institutional memory of Westeros, when George had forgotten a name of an ancient, a once mentioned member of an obscure house, then he would go and ask them. So they know their stuff, and they're quite important. Elio was asked about this once, about whether House Broom with an E and House Broom without an E were actually the same, and it was just a typo. And Elio's response, unhelpfully, end of this conversation, end of our knowledge from this, was, I remember this coming up once, but I can't remember what happened. So we don't know. Maybe it's one of those things at some point we'll get some closure on. It's a very, I think it's a very small thing. My guess is it's probably the same house, just a typo, but we don't know. A reflective rambling, picking up a question for Ben Pick. How much of the corrupted life form remains in a corrupted creature of Morgoth? What did he make dragons out of? It's an interesting question. So I'll come on to dragons in just one moment, but I'll talk about orcs first. I'd refer you onto a video I did a while ago called Where Do Orcs Go When They Die? Because that chronicles, among other things, it chronicles Tolkien's changing mind on the nature of orcs. We know, and this is a version which appears in the Silmarillion, for example, that at one stage he thought of orcs as being corrupted elves. Morgoth captured some elves, tortured them, did evil magic to them, corrupted them, and they became orcs. Then at some point he sort of changed his mind and thought, well, maybe they're actually kind of corrupted humans, or maybe they're animals that he's taught to speak, or maybe they're kind of a cross between all of them. Maybe they started out as corrupted elves, and then he kind of crossbred them with human, and so he went through several iterations of thought about what this is. At one point he thought maybe they were made from stone and things like that. Morgoth cannot create things ex nihilo, out of nothing. But it's not just he corrupts stuff. He takes a good thing and then he corrupts it. That's not the way that Tolkien thought it. Well, at some points he thought that, but he changed his mind quite a bit on this. Now, the reason I did that was because that's the clearest way of understanding that Tolkien shifted his mindset on this through time. So to answer this was that this is definitely what Tolkien thought, is slightly missing the point on the way that he viewed his creation, which was an ever-evolving thing. Now, in terms of, therefore, how much of the corrupted life form remains in a corrupted creature of Morgoth, the soul, if we're taking this as an elf is corrupted, becomes an orc, then the soul is still there in some way, and that therefore has to go off to Mandos, the halls of Mandos, for judgment, basically. So enough stays. If it's a corrupted being without a soul in some way, in Tolkien's conception anyway, then I guess you could change a whole lot more. In terms of what he made dragons out of, now here it's, and I don't know whether it's ever explicitly stated, but the clear implication is that they are a mockery of the giant eagles. The first dragon he created didn't have wings, incidentally, sort of crawled around the floor, was really a massive lizard. Then with Ancalagon the Great, they had wings, and the implication here is that in the same way orcs are a mockery of elves, in the same way that trolls seem to be a mockery of ents, dragons seem to be a mockery of the giant eagles. What did he make them out of? Presumably he didn't start with eagles. He must have started with some sort of giant lizard kind of thing, and then worked his way up from that. Okay, that's all my questions I've got from my patrons. So now let me just quickly flick through the chat. Rebecca Rambling saying maybe someday we'll know for sure where orcs go, the same time as we find out where whores go. Well, I would love to, because we've had a promise, or there's a promise, a tease from George R. Martin that we will find out where whores go. We will get the answer to that question, presumably in the next book. And then, fingers crossed, we do get that at some point. As for where orcs go, Tolkien just kept on changing his mind. We'll never know on that one, I'm afraid. Jervis Germain, thank you very much. Very kind thing to say in the chat. Exotic saying, just stopped by and wanted to ask if the Robert Rhaegar Lyanna playlist will be made available again. Yes, absolutely. I'm going to redo them. So I have taken down quite a few videos over the last while, and have been putting back up quite a few videos over the last while. Those ones I want to redo when that will be happening after this next couple of seasons. So we've got House of the Dragon, we've got the Rings of Power coming up. After that, George R. Martin is hoping that the Terniet Harrenhal stage play will be out. When he last wrote about this, which was around the turn of the year, he was suggesting that by the end of 2024 it could be out. That obviously could slip. But when that happens, we will get so much more information. This is with thumbs up from George R. Martin. It's not going to be canon as in the books, and it's written by somebody else. But George R. Martin has had input into this. He's not going to allow things in there that are not happening in the books. So we will get so much extra information from that. I will reissue all of those videos once we've got that extra information, which kind of ties in with what I often say, is that what I think of myself doing with these videos is just giving our best understanding of the situation at the time. This isn't a theory. This is a working hypothesis based on what we've got going on here. When we get more information, I will update that. I will make sure that we have the best we have out, the best information we have, what seems to be what's going on. Martin S. saying a warg in Tolkien's Legendarium is a kind of wolf. The Swedish word for wolf is varg. I did not know that, actually, but I mean, Tolkien knows his languages, so that does not surprise me in the slightest. And the more sort of Scandinavian languages, he particularly loved that, and the Norse kind of mythology plays a huge amount of kind of as a mythological backdrop is probably the way I would say it to Tolkien's Legendarium. Nick Drum saying the orcs in Lord of the Rings don't strike me as soulless. They talk about going back to their holes fondly and plan to break away from service to Sauron and strike off with a few good boys, almost likeable. Yeah, I don't know if I go as far as to say the orcs are likeable, but I know the point you're trying to make. Tolkien was very clear, and he showed us people listening into conversations between orcs, is that they're not just stereotypical nasties, generic bad people. They did have their own cares and dreams and things like that. Yeah. Okay, right. I think with that, let's just bring this one back in together a little bit. So, a reminder of what is happening on these live streams on this channel over the course of the next few weeks. So, next Thursday, I'll be back with an open Q&A. And that is going to be the case for the foreseeable future, all the way through the House of the Dragon, probably carrying on all the way through the Rings of Power. The Thursday live streams are going to be well, it depends on which day of the week the Rings of Power comes out on. We'll see. But certainly through House of the Dragon, the Thursday live streams are going to be open Q&A. You can bring whatever questions you want about House of the Dragon, about Lord of the Rings, whatever. Before the show comes out on the Sunday at 10 p.m. my time, 5 p.m. Eastern time, I'll be doing another live stream, a pre-show live stream for that episode. So we will be looking back at the previous episode and also forward to the episode that is coming. Those will be charity live streams. I will be announcing on the day what that charity will be in aid of. Yes, I think in the meantime, what other videos to look forward to, I genuinely can't remember. Oh, I've got one coming out tomorrow, I do remember, which is, I promised this a little while ago, and I don't know what to title this. It's going to be either called When the Maesters Ruled the Seven Kingdoms, or Did the Maesters Kill All the Dragons the First Time Around? One of those two, but it's around a fascinating period. If you've read Fire and Blood, you probably noticed during the Regency, which is what happens after the Dance of the Dragons. During the Regency, the regents drop like flies. There are 7. Normally, you have a regent. If you have a king or ruler who's too young to rule on their own, you get a regent who is put in place to be ruling on their behalf. Basically, Cersei is being regent at the moment to Tommen in the story, or so that's the kind of the model we have. A regent. There's a. It is suggested to Ned in book 1 that he could perhaps be regent for Joffrey. So that's the kind of idea, is you have a regent. They put in place 7 regents for the new Aegon III. 6 of them, within the space of 2 to 3 years, 6 of them had died or resigned, leaving just one, this guy called Grand Maester Muncan. They were replaced by 3 more, who all also died or resigned, leaving just Grand Maester Muncan. Half a dozen or more different Hands of the King went by, leaving just Grand Maester Muncan. And you actually end up with this period of time for... Here's me spoiling my videos again. I always do this. I'm just too excited by this topic. You get this period of time for, we don't know how long exactly, 6 months, a year maybe, where all of the power in the realm is concentrated in a way that's never happened before, never happened since, in one man, Grand Maester Muncan. He is the only regent. He is the hand of the king. He is the only member of the small council. There's no one else on the small council at all. He is the head of the Maester network, so he's in charge of all communications. All of the parts of the Seven Kingdom have got other things going on. There's a massive winter going on in the north. They're not paying attention. There's a civil war happening in the Vale. They're not paying attention. The Westerlands are at war with the Iron Islands. They're not paying attention. Everywhere across the Seven Kingdoms, nobody's paying attention to what is happening for this period of time that gets glossed over in about a sentence. In Fire and Blood, and so Muncan took over control let's move on, there's nothing to see here. What did he do in that time with all of that power, unprecedented power? Well, leading up to that time, dragons were born normally. We had one dragon born basically during the dance morning, the dragon morning. After that time, not a single dragon is hatched normally. Can we blame Munkin? I think we can. Anyway, that spoiled that entire video, so there's no need for you to be watching that. It's coming out tomorrow. But I will be back this time next week with another live stream like this. If you want to check out that video, other videos over on my main channel. If you're watching back a bit later, appearing somewhere around here is going to be a link to other live streams if you'd like to be watching them. Appearing somewhere around here is a link to my Patreon, which is the best place to go if you wish to support this channel. Thank you, patrons. Thank you for some fantastic questions, everybody in the chat, and moderators, you are amazing. Thank you so much for all you do. It's going to be getting even more hectic with the TV shows coming on. Thank you. I hugely appreciate it. But that is all for this time. Take care, everyone, and I will see you again next time.